Greetings, travellers of the spirit. Welcome to the sanctuary of Get Cozy Sleep. You have left the noise of the modern world behind. Here, in this quiet corner, we walk the ancient paths to find the rest that your soul has been longing for. The demands of the day have ceased. The expectations of others have faded into the shadows. You are safe here. If your heart has ever felt like a masterpiece hidden under a dusty cloth, if you have ever poured your love into something that the world simply walked past, and if you find peace in the solitude of a craftsman's workshop, where the only sound is the scratching of a pen against paper and the gentle lapping of water against stone, then this story is your refuge tonight. So, let the weight of the day fall from your shoulders. Settle deeper into the embrace of your pillows. Unclench your hands. Let the walls of your room dissolve like ink in water. We are travelling back across the centuries to the year 1750. We are descending into the floating city of Venice. But not the Venice of carnivals and golden masks. We are going to the quiet, damp alleys where the real life happens. The air here smells of salt, old parchment, and the cold stone of the canals. Breathe in the silence. Exhale the chaos. The unsigned cathedral. The fog in Venice did not behave like fog elsewhere. In London, the fog was a blanket that smothered. In Paris, it was a veil that teased. But here, in the sinking city, the fog was a liquid entity. It crept up from the lagoon like a silent tide, seeping through the cracks of the limestone foundations, curling around the iron bars of the windows, and settling heavy and damp upon the skin of anyone foolish enough to be awake past midnight. Lorenzo sat alone in his workshop, a small, high-ceilinged room perched precariously on the second floor of a crumbling palazzo in the Dorsoduro district. The room was not grand. It was a testament to a life lived in the service of lines and angles. The air inside was thick with the scent of graphite, cedar shavings, and the sharp metallic tang of iron gall ink. A single tallow candle burned on the drafting table, its flame fighting a losing battle against the encroaching gloom. The light cast long, dancing shadows against the walls, shadows that looked like the flying buttresses and soaring arches of a cathedral that did not exist. Lorenzo rubbed his eyes with the back of a hand stained black with ink. He was a man of 30, though the furrow between his brows suggested a soul that had weathered many more winters. He was not handsome in the way the poets described the lovers on the Rialto Bridge. His face was too angular, his nose a bit too sharp, his eyes too deep-set and serious. He had the face of a man who looked at the world and saw not what it was, but how it was built. He picked up his compass, a delicate instrument of brass and steel that had belonged to his father. With the precision of a surgeon, he placed the needlepoint on the vast sheet of parchment spread before him. Scritch, scratch. The sound was rhythmic, hypnotic. It was the only sound in the room, save for the rhythmic slapping of the canal water against the building's foundation below. On the paper, a miracle was taking shape. It was the elevation drawing of a nave, soaring, majestic, impossible. The columns rose like petrified trees, branching out into a ceiling of intricate ribbed vaulting that seemed to defy gravity. This was his opus magnum, the Venetian cathedral. He had spent 5 years on this design, pouring every ounce of his skill, every drop of his loneliness into these lines. It was perfect. Technically, it was flawless. The ratios were divine, the structural integrity was sound, and yet it was cold. Lorenzo sighed, a sound that seemed to rattle in his chest. He set the compass down and leaned back in his wooden chair. The leather creaked in protest. He looked at the empty space in the centre of the drawing, the altar. He could not draw the altar. Every time he tried, his hand froze. He knew the geometry of an altar. He knew the theological symbolism, but he could not draw it because an altar required a heart, and his heart was currently wandering somewhere in the dark, labyrinthine streets of the city, lost and broken. He stood up and walked to the window. The glass was cold against his forehead. Outside, the city was asleep. or pretending to be. Down the canal, a gondola drifted by silently, a black shape cutting through the grey mist. A lantern hung from its prow, a lonely orange eye in the darkness. He remembered her. The memory was not a visual one. Initially, it was a sensory assault. He remembered the smell of crushed lavender and expensive silk. He remembered the sound of a laugh that was too loud for a library, a laugh that shattered the quiet dignity of his world like a stone thrown into a mirror. Isabella. "You are boring, Lorenzo," she had said. 3 years ago. They were standing on this very balcony. The sun had been setting, turning the water of the canal into liquid fire. You look at a sunset and you see light refraction. You look at a palace and you see load-bearing walls. Where is the poetry? Where is the life? He had wanted to tell her that the load-bearing walls were what kept the palace from crushing the people inside. He had wanted to tell her that structure was the highest form of love because it provided safety. But he had said nothing. He had only gripped the railing of the balcony until his knuckles turned white. And she had left. She had run towards the lights of the Piazza San Marco, towards the music, towards the men who wore velvet coats and spoke in riddles, towards the life she craved. Now the piazza was silent. The velvet coats were moth-eaten, and Isabella was gone. The rumours had started 6 months ago. The bankruptcy of her father's merchant fleet. The ships lost at sea, the creditors knocking on the door with iron fists, and then the silence. The house on the Grand Canal was boarded up. The furniture sold. The servants dispersed. Some said she had fled to France. Others, more cruel, whispered that she'd been seen in the Cannaregio, the poorer district, selling her mother's jewellery. Lorenzo turned back to his drafting table. The candle sputtered, sending a plume of black smoke into the air. The cathedral lay there, magnificent and unsigned. He picked up a piece of charcoal. His hand hovered over the bottom right corner of the parchment, where the architect's name should be. Lorenzo di Rossi. He almost wrote it. But then, a sudden, sharp pain twisted in his gut. What was the point of building a temple if there was no one to worship inside? What was the use of creating beauty if the eyes he wanted to please were closed? He threw the charcoal down. It hit the table and snapped in two. He walked over to a small wooden chest in the corner of the room. It was an old sailor's chest, reinforced with rusted iron bands. He knelt before it, the cold stone floor biting into his knees. He unlocked it with a heavy key he kept on a string around his neck. Inside there was no gold, there were no jewels, there was a stack of letters, unsent, and beneath the letters, wrapped in a piece of oilcloth, was a small porcelain figurine, a shepherdess. It was cheap, something one would buy at a street fair for a few copper coins, but it was the only thing she had ever given him, a mocking gift, perhaps. "Here, Lorenzo, something to watch over your boring sheep," she had teased. He picked up the figurine. The paint was chipping on the shepherdess's dress. He ran his thumb over the cool porcelain face. "Where are you?" he whispered to the empty room. The question hung in the damp air, unanswered. The fog outside pressed against the window, as if trying to break in and swallow him whole. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. It was not the wind. It was not the water. It was the heavy, rhythmic thud of the bronze knocker on the front door downstairs. Thud, thud, thud. 3 times. Slow. Deliberate. At this hour? No honest man visited at 2 in the morning. Lorenzo froze. He placed the figurine back into the chest and locked it. He stood up, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He grabbed the brass candlestick and moved toward the door of his workshop. The stairs creaked under his weight as he descended into the black throat of the house. The dampness grew stronger here, smelling of mould and river mud. He reached the heavy oak door. He hesitated. Who is there?" he called out. His voice sounded rusty, unused. Silence. Then a voice came from the other side of the wood, a voice that sounded like grinding stones. "A delivery," the voice rasped. From the Market of Shadows. Lorenzo frowned. He unlocked the bolt and pulled the door open just a crack. A man stood there, cloaked in a heavy, dripping woolen cape. He wore a mask, not a carnival mask, but a simple strip of black cloth over his eyes. In his hand, he held a sealed envelope. "For the architect," the stranger said, thrusting the letter through the crack. Lorenzo took it. The paper was damp. The wax seal was red, blood red. It bore the crest of a family he did not recognize, a serpent coiling around a broken pillar. "What is this?" Lorenzo asked, but the stranger was already turning away, melting back into the fog as if he'd never existed. Lorenzo slammed the door and bolted it. He leaned his back against the wood, breathing hard. He looked at the letter in his hand. He broke the seal. There was no letter inside, just a single slip of paper, torn from a ledger. It was a promissory note, a debt acknowledgement, and at the bottom, in a handwriting that was shaky, desperate, but unmistakably hers, was the signature, Isabella. Lorenzo felt the world tilt on its axis. The ink on the paper seemed to bleed. She was here. She was in Venice. And she was in debt to the serpent. Upstairs, the unsigned cathedral waited in the dark. But the architect was no longer thinking of stone and mortar. He was thinking of a prison he had to break. He blew out the candle. The darkness was complete. Lorenzo did not move from the hallway. The candle in his hand had long since been extinguished, leaving him in a darkness that felt heavy, like wet wool. But in his mind, the darkness was being torn apart by explosions of light. The smell of the damp paper in his hand, that peculiar scent of cheap pulp and seawater, faded. It was replaced by a different scent, one that he hadn't smelled in 3 years, yet which remained branded into his olfactory memory. The smell of roasted almonds, sulphur from fireworks, and the cloying sweetness of jasmine perfume. The hallway dissolved. The cold stone floor beneath his feet turned into the warm, uneven cobblestones of the Piazza San Marco. It was the height of the carnival, 3 years ago. The square was not a place. It was a living, breathing beast of colour and sound. Thousands of lanterns strung between the colonnades cast a golden haze over the crowd. The air vibrated with the screech of fiddles, the thumping of drums, and the roar of 1,000 conversations merging into a single, chaotic hum. Lorenzo stood near the base of the Campanile, the great bell tower. He was an island of stillness in a sea of motion. He wore no costume. His coat was a simple, dark wool buttoned to the chin. In a city that was currently celebrating the art of becoming someone else, Lorenzo was stubbornly, painfully, himself. "Lorenzo, look!" The voice cut through the cacophony like a silver bell. Isabella spun toward him. She was a vision of excess, a creature birthed by the carnival itself. She wore a gown of crimson silk that rustled like fire when she moved. The bodice was embroidered with gold thread that caught the lantern light, making her shimmer as if she were burning. But it was her face that held him, or rather, the absence of it. She wore a Volto mask, a full-face porcelain mask gilded in gold leaf. It was beautiful, expressionless, and utterly impenetrable. It hid the flush on her cheeks. It hid the dilation of her pupils. It hid the girl he'd grown up with and replaced her with a golden statue. "Look at the sky," she laughed, pointing upward. Above them, a rocket whistled and detonated. A spiderweb of emerald fire expanded across the black canvas of the night, reflecting in the dark waters of the lagoon like fallen stars. "It is beautiful, isn't it?" she asked, grabbing his hand. Her gloves were lace, scratching against his rough skin. "Why are you not looking up? Lorenzo? You're always looking at your boots." "I am looking at the crowd," Lorenzo said, his voice low. "The crowd is dangerous when it is this drunk on sugar and wine." Isabella pulled her hand away as if he'd burned her. Behind the golden mask, he couldn't see her eyes, but he could feel her roll them. "You are a stone, Lorenzo," she sighed, the joy leaking out of her voice. "A heavy, immovable stone. The whole world is flying tonight, and you are worried about gravity. Gravity keeps us from falling into the sun. Isabella, maybe I want to burn, she whispered. She turned away from him, scanning the crowd. A group of masked men walked by, harlequins in checkered suits, plague doctors with long, curved beaks. They bowed to her, sweeping their hats low. Isabella curtsied back, her laughter bubbling up again, light and careless. Lorenzo stepped closer, invading her personal space. He needed to anchor her. He felt a primal panic rising in his chest, a premonition that the string connecting her to the earth was about to snap. "Isabella," he said urgently, "come back to the workshop with me. It is quiet there. I have made tea. We can look at the sketches for the new library. It is safe." She stopped spinning. She turned the golden mask toward him. The painted lips of the mask smiled an eternal, frozen smile. But her voice was cold. "Safe." She repeated the word as if it were an insult. "That is your favourite word, isn't it? Safe, sensible, structural." She stepped closer to him, the golden face inches from his own. "I'm 20 years old, Lorenzo. I don't want to be safe. I don't want to sit in your dusty room and smell sawdust and listen to you talk about archways and load-bearing pillars. I want to live. I want to be reckless. I want to feel something other than the weight of your worry." "I worry because I see what you do not," Lorenzo said, his jaw tightening. "I see the cracks in the pavement. I see the pickpockets in the shadows and I see that this..." He gestured to the swirling madness around them. "This is all painted plaster. It will wash away when it rains. I'm offering you stone." "I don't want stone," she cried out, her voice cracking. "I want glass. I want glitter. I want to shatter if I have to, but at least I will have shone for a moment." Before Lorenzo could answer, a shadow fell over them. A man stepped out of the throng. He was tall, dressed in a velvet coat the colour of midnight. He wore a mask of black feathers that obscured the upper half of his face, leaving only a cruel, sensual mouth visible. "Batuoc Valerio." Count Valerio, Lorenzo knew him by reputation only, a man who collected art and discarded artists. A man whose debts were paid in secrets. "Is this stone dragging you down? My golden bird?" Valerio asked. His voice was smooth, like oil pouring over velvet. Isabella stiffened, then relaxed. She looked from Lorenzo, plain, dark, solid, to Valerio, mysterious, dangerous, shimmering. "He's just an old friend," Isabella said. "A ghost from a childhood I've outgrown." Lorenzo felt the words hit him like a physical blow. He reached out, his fingers brushing the silk of her sleeve. "Isabella, don't," he warned. "You don't know who this is." "I know exactly who he is," she said, stepping toward the Count. "He is the fire." Valerio extended a gloved hand. Isabella took it. "Come," Valerio whispered. "The night is young, and the gondola is waiting. Let us leave the stone behind." Isabella looked back at Lorenzo one last time. For a second, he thought she might hesitate. He thought the girl who used to sit on his floor and watch him sharpen his pencils might break through the golden shell. But the music swelled, a frantic, joyous crescendo of violins. The fireworks banged again, bathing the square in red light. "Goodbye, Lorenzo," she said. She turned and ran. She ran with Valerio into the crushing press of the crowd. Lorenzo tried to follow. He shouldered past a man on stilts. He pushed aside a woman selling candied apples. "Isabella!" he shouted. But his voice was swallowed by the roar of the carnival. He saw the flash of her crimson dress one last time, a drop of blood falling into a dark ocean. And then, the golden mask disappeared into the shadows of the colonnade. He stood there for hours, long after the fireworks ended. He stood there until the lanterns burned out and the square was littered with confetti that looked like grey ash in the moonlight. He was alone. The stone had remained, but the bird had flown. Snap! The memory broke. Lorenzo gasped, sucking in the cold, damp air of the hallway. The Piazza San Marco was gone. The music was gone. He was back in the silence. He looked down at his hand. He was gripping the door frame so hard that a splinter of old wood had pierced his palm. A single drop of blood welled up, dark and round. He looked at the paper in his other hand. The debt note. 3 years, he thought. She wanted to burn, and now she's nothing but ash. He pushed himself off the wall. The paralysis of memory was over. The architect in him took over. When a building is collapsing, you do not weep over the cracks. You shore up the foundation. You find the tools. You enter the ruins. He shoved the paper into his pocket. He did not go back upstairs to his warm bed. He grabbed his heavy coat from the hook near the door. He took a lantern, lit it with trembling hands, and stepped out into the fog. Venice was a labyrinth of water and stone, and somewhere in its belly, his golden bird was in a cage. He would tear the city apart brick by brick if he had to. He locked the door behind him. The sound of the deadbolt sliding home echoed like a gunshot in the empty alley. Lorenzo moved through the fog like a man wading through deep water. The lantern in his hand swung rhythmically, casting a pale yellow circle of light that revealed only a few feet of wet cobblestones ahead. He was heading toward the Rialto. By day, this bridge was the beating heart of Venice, a riot of goldsmiths, fabric merchants, and tourists. But at 3 in the morning, the Rialto was a graveyard of ambition. The shutters were closed tight. The stalls were bare skeletons of wood. The only sound was the scurrying of rats feasting on the refuse of the day's market, rotten cabbage leaves, fish heads, and the discarded rinds of cheese. Lorenzo was not here for the goods that could be held in the hand. He was here for the ghosts. He turned down a narrow calle that ran parallel to the Grand Canal, slipping into a district known as the Merceria Oscura, the dark market. This was where the city digested its failures. It was the domain of the scriveners, the pawnbrokers, and the collectors of bad debt. He stopped in front of a low door, sunken slightly below the street level, as if the weight of the secrets inside was pushing the building down into the mud. A wooden sign creaked above his head. It bore no name, only the image of a quill pen snapping in half. Lorenzo knocked, not the polite knock of a guest, but the sharp, authoritative rap of a man who had no time for games. A latch slid open. A pair of eyes, yellowed like old parchment, peered out. "The shop is closed, architect," a voice wheezed. "Come back when the sun has courage enough to rise." "I am not here to buy paper, Jacopo," Lorenzo said, holding his lantern up so the light illuminated his grim face. "I am here to buy a history." The eyes widened slightly. The bolt was drawn back. The door groaned open. Lorenzo stepped inside. The smell hit him instantly. Dry dust, melting wax, and the overwhelming, acidic scent of iron gall ink. The room was a chaotic library of ruin. Piles of ledgers towered precariously like unstable columns. Bundles of letters, tied with fraying twine, were stacked from floor to ceiling. Jacopo, the master of this archive, shuffled behind a desk that was buried under a snowdrift of paper. He was a small man, dried out and brittle, as if he himself were made of paper. "You usually come for blueprints." "Lorenzo," Jacopo muttered, lighting a second candle. "Or deeds for land. You build things. You do not usually dig in the trash." "I need the Rossi file," Lorenzo said. He did not sit down. Jacopo stopped. His hand hovered over a stack of ledgers. He looked up, a flicker of pity crossing his sharp features. "Rossi?" he repeated. "The merchant prince. The man who thought his ships could outrun the storms." He shook his head. "That is a heavy file. Lorenzo, it is a tragedy in 3 acts. Why do you want to disturb it?" "I need to know who holds the paper," Lorenzo said. "All of it. You cannot afford it." "I did not say I want to pay it," Lorenzo corrected, though the thought had crossed his mind. "I said I want to see it." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small leather pouch. He dropped it onto the desk. It landed with a heavy, dull thud of silver coins. Jacopo stared at the pouch. He licked his lips. Money was the only language spoken fluently in this room. "Very well," the old man whispered. He moved to the back of the room, climbing a ladder that leaned against a wall of shelves. He pulled down a thick, leather-bound bundle covered in a layer of grey dust. He brought it to the desk and dropped it. Thud. The sound was heavy, final, like a coffin lid closing. The fall of the house of Rossi, Jacopo announced softly. Lorenzo untied the twine. He opened the first ledger. It began innocently enough. Entries from 5 years ago, shipment of silk from Damascus, arrived. Profit, 2,000 ducats. Purchase of villa in Verona. Commission of portrait. Lorenzo turned the pages. He watched the ink tell the story of a slow, agonising death. Year 1748. Storms in the Adriatic. 2 ships lost. Year 1749. A speculative investment in a spice route that never existed. Loan from the Medici Bank, 10,000 ducats. Loan from the Jewish Quarter, 5,000 ducats. And then the desperation set in. The handwriting of Isabella's father changed. It went from the bold, flourishing loops of a confident man to the cramped, jagged spikes of a frightened animal. Lorenzo's finger traced the lines. He could almost feel the panic radiating from the page. Then, the father died. The entry stopped, but the debt did not die. It merely changed hands. Lorenzo flipped to the loose papers at the back of the bundle. These were the post-mortem debts. The scavengers picking the bones. And there, he saw it. A document dated 6 months ago. A transfer of debt. Isabella Rossi, in exchange for the settlement of my father's obligations to the Guild of Mercers, do hereby pledge my service and my person as collateral. Lorenzo felt bile rise in his throat. She had tried. She had tried to save her father's name. She had sold the furniture, the jewellery, the clothes. And when there was nothing left, she had sold the only thing she had remaining, herself. But who held the contract? Lorenzo scanned the bottom of the document. The creditor's name was not a bank. It was not a merchant guild. It was a single, stylized signature in crimson ink. Valerio? Lorenzo slammed the book shut. Dust motes danced in the violent air current. Valerio, he whispered. The name tasted like ash. Jacopo flinched. The Count, the old man hissed. He does not lend money, Lorenzo. He buys souls. He finds beautiful things that are broken and he collects them. Where is she? Lorenzo demanded. She's not at his palace. I checked. Jacopo hesitated. He looked at the silver pouch, then at Lorenzo's burning eyes. Valerio does not keep his acquisitions in his palace until they are broken in, Jacopo whispered, leaning across the desk. He sends them to the Mercato dei Debitori, the debtor's market, to be humbled, to be stripped of their pride. He wants them to beg him to save them. Where? Lorenzo asked. The sunken quarter, Jacopo said, near the old Arsenale, where the water is stagnant and the sun never reaches the pavement. Lorenzo grabbed the bundle of papers. Hey, Jacopo protested. You paid to look, not to take. Lorenzo turned back. He placed his hand on the desk, leaning in until his face was inches from the scriveners. I am taking the evidence of her ruin, Jacopo, because I am going to build a fire with it. He swept the documents into his coat. He did not look back. He strode out of the shop, back into the fog. But now, the fog had a direction. He walked past the sleeping Rialto. He walked past the silent gondolas. His boots struck the stones with a new rhythm. It was no longer the slow, heavy tread of the morning architect. It was the marching cadence of a soldier going to war. He had the map. He knew the enemy. And he knew the price. He reached into his pocket and touched the small bag of coins that remained. It was light. Too light. He looked up at the sky. The first hint of grey dawn was bleeding into the black. Hold on, Isabella, he whispered to the wind. The stone is coming for the glass. The sun rose over Venice, but it did not rise in the sunken quarter. Here, in the forgotten bowels of the Castello district, near the imposing brick walls of the Arsenale shipyards, the dawn was nothing more than a shifting of greys. The light struggled to penetrate the claustrophobic embrace of the buildings. which leaned toward each other across the narrow canals like old men conspiring in a secret. Lorenzo walked. He had left the wide, paved fondamenta of the wealthy. Under his boots now was slippery, moss-covered trachyte. The air had changed. The crisp salt of the lagoon was gone, replaced by a thick, cloying miasma of rotting vegetable matter, wood smoke, and the metallic tang of stagnant water. This was the Venice that the poets ignored. This was the city's engine room, where the laundry was washed, the bread was baked, and the debts were paid in sweat. Lorenzo pulled his collar up. His architect's coat, though modest, marked him as an outsider here. In the sunken quarter, men wore rags or the rough canvas of dock workers. He kept his head down, navigating the labyrinth of sotoporticos, low tunnels cut through the bellies of buildings, following the mental map Jacopo had drawn for him. Near the old salt warehouse, the scrivener had said, look for the iron grate that kisses the water. The canal here was narrow, barely wide enough for a single scow to pass. The water was black, an oily mirror that reflected nothing but the decay above it. Lorenzo stopped. Ahead, the canal widened into a small, miserable basin. On the far side stood a building that looked more like a fortress than a warehouse. It was built of dark brick, windowless on the ground floor. A heavy iron grate descended from a stone archway directly into the water, barring entry to a flooded loading dock. This was it. The holding pen. The purgatory before the auction. Lorenzo moved into the shadows of a doorway opposite the warehouse. He waited. He was a man accustomed to stillness. He had spent hours watching light move across a cathedral floor. He could wait for a door to open. An hour passed. The city woke up around him. The sounds here were not the singing of gondoliers, but the coughing of children and the harsh scraping of shovels. Then, the heavy wooden doors of the warehouse groaned open. Lorenzo held his breath. A group of women emerged. There were 6 of them, herded by a man with a thick leather apron and a coil of rope at his belt. The women wore shapeless grey shifts made of coarse wool, the uniform of the debtor, the mark of the owned. Their heads were covered with rough scarves. They were carrying baskets of wet laundry to the canal edge. The water here was freezing, fed by the deep currents of the lagoon. "Move!" the overseer barked. His voice echoed off the damp walls. "The sun is up. The dirt does not wait." The women knelt on the freezing stones. They plunged their hands into the icy water, scrubbing the heavy fabrics against the rough pavement. Lorenzo squinted. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic rhythm that made his hands shake. He scanned the line of bowed backs. "Is that her? No, too tall. Is that her? No, too old." Then he saw the hands. The woman at the end of the line was struggling with a heavy velvet tapestry. It was sodden with water, immensely heavy. Her arms trembled under the weight. She was slight, her frame almost swallowed by the grey shift. She pushed a strand of hair out of her face with a wet wrist. The scarf slipped back just an inch. It was a flash of gold. Not the metallic gold of a mask, but the soft, honeyed gold of hair that had once smelled of lavender. Lorenzo felt his knees give way. He slumped against the doorframe, his breath catching in his throat. Isabella. She was unrecognisable. And yet, she was the only thing he could see. The girl who had danced in crimson silk was now kneeling in slime. Her face, once painted and powdered, was pale and gaunt. There were dark hollows beneath her eyes, bruises of exhaustion that no makeup could hide. But it was her hands that broke him. Lorenzo was an architect. He understood hands. He knew the difference between the hands of a sculptor and the hands of a mason. Isabella's hands had been soft, made for turning the pages of books or holding a fan. Now they were red, raw, and swollen. The knuckles were cracked from the cold and the lye soap. They were the hands of a woman who had been fighting a war she'd already lost. She dipped the tapestry into the black water again. She scrubbed. Scrub, scrub, scrub. The motion was mechanical, devoid of hope. She was not washing cloth. She was trying to wash away a stain that was etched into her very soul. "Faster, girl!" the overseer shouted, kicking the stone near her hand. Isabella flinched. She didn't look up. She didn't talk back. The fiery spirit that had demanded glass and glitter was gone. In its place was a terrifying obedience. Lorenzo wanted to scream. He wanted to run across the damp stones, shove the overseer into the canal, and pull her out of the filth. His muscles tensed, ready to spring. But he stopped. He looked at the iron grate. He looked at the thick walls. He looked at the overseer's belt, where a heavy truncheon hung. If he ran to her now, he would be arrested. He would be thrown into the same prison, or worse, beaten and tossed into the lagoon. And then, who would buy her? Who would pay the price? He had no money. The pouch in his pocket was light. He had no power. He was just a man who drew lines on paper. He forced himself to stay in the shadows. He forced himself to watch. He etched the image of her suffering into his mind, overlaying it on the blueprint of the cathedral in his head. This, he thought, tears blurring his vision. This is the ruin I must rebuild. Isabella paused for a moment. She sat back on her heels, wiping her forehead. For a fleeting second, she looked across the canal. Her gaze passed right over the darkened doorway where Lorenzo stood. Her eyes were empty. They were windows into a house where no one lived anymore. She looked at the world, but she did not expect the world to look back. She lowered her head and returned to the water. Lorenzo turned away. He could not watch anymore. If he watched for one more second, he would do something foolish. He slipped back into the sottoportico. He walked away from the sunken quarter, his steps heavy, his soul bruising with every impact of his boot against the stone. He knew what he had to do. He had checked his inventory. He had checked his coin purse. It was not enough. It would never be enough. He needed a miracle. Or he needed to make a deal with the devil. He walked faster. The fog swirled around him, but his mind was clear. He was going to the one place he swore he would never go. He was going to the Royal Academy of Architecture. He was going to find his rival. He was going to sell his soul to save hers. Lorenzo returned to his workshop as the church bells of Santa Maria della Salute began to toll the midday Angelus. The sound was heavy, rolling across the water like waves of bronze, calling the faithful to prayer. But Lorenzo did not pray, not with words. He prayed with arithmetic. He bolted the door behind him and leaned against it, his chest heaving. The image of Isabella's raw red hands was still burned into his retinas, superimposed over everything he looked at. He saw her hands on the doorknob. He saw them on the dusty floorboards. He saw them reaching out from the shadows of his own mind. Money. The walls seemed to whisper. You need gold, architect. Not stone, not lines. Gold. He pushed himself off the door and walked to the centre of the room. He looked around. For 10 years, this room had been his sanctuary. Every object here had a story. Every tool had been bought with weeks of saving. Every book was a friend. Now, they were just numbers. He grabbed a piece of scrap parchment and a stick of charcoal. He began the inventory. He started with the library. He had a collection of treatises on Vitruvian geometry, bound in calfskin, rare editions. He pulled them off the shelf, weighing them in his hands not for their wisdom, but for their resale value. 20 ducats, he muttered, writing the number down. Maybe 25 if the buyer is desperate. He moved to his instruments, the brass astrolabe from Germany, the set of silver-tipped drafting pens, the ivory ruler. These were extensions of his own body. Selling them was like cutting off fingers. He wrote the numbers down anyway. The charcoal snapped against the paper, leaving jagged black streaks. 15 ducats. 10. 8. He moved to the furniture. The oak drafting table. The heavy cedar chest. 5. 3. He worked with a frantic energy, tearing his life apart. He stripped the room of its dignity. He pulled rolls of expensive linen paper from their tubes. He emptied jars of rare pigments, lapis lazuli blue, ochre yellow, calculating the price by the ounce. Finally, He stood before the small fireplace. On the mantel, gathering dust, sat a clay jar. It was not a work of art. It was a simple, unglazed vessel with a narrow neck, the kind used by peasants to store olive oil. But for Lorenzo, it was the foundation stone. Every time he finished a commission, a garden wall for a merchant, a new roof for a bakery, he took 10% of his payment and dropped it into this jar. It was his future. It was the money he'd saved to one day buy a small plot of land on the mainland, where the ground was solid and he could plant a vineyard. It was the dream of a quiet life. He reached up and took the jar down. It was heavy. The coins inside shifted with a dull, metallic chink. He carried it to the table. He looked at it for a long moment. To break this jar was to admit that the dream of the vineyard was dead. To break this jar was to accept that there would be no quiet life, no solid ground. He thought of Isabella's eyes, empty, dead. He raised the jar high above his head. Crash! The clay shattered against the stone floor. It was a violent sound, sharp and final. Shards of pottery flew like shrapnel. A mound of coins spilled out, rolling into the corners of the room, spinning and wobbling before settling into stillness. Silver scudi, copper soldi, a few gold sequins. Lorenzo fell to his knees. He ignored the sharp edges of the clay that bit into his skin. He began to gather the coins, scooping them into a pile, his hands trembling. He counted 100, 200, 250. He counted again and again. He added the value of the books. He added the value of the instruments. He added the furniture, the paper, the pigments. He stared at the final sum written on the parchment. 640 ducats. It was a fortune to a beggar. It was a respectable sum for a tradesman. But for a debt held by Count Valerio? For a woman being sold in the high-stakes theatre of the debtor's market? It was nothing. It was a drop of water in a desert. Lorenzo knew the prices of the market. A strong field hand cost 500 ducats. A skilled artisan, 1,000. But a woman of noble birth? A collector's item like Isabella, with her beauty and her tragic story? Valerio would ensure the bidding started at 2,000, just to humiliate anyone who dared to compete. Lorenzo sat back on his heels, surrounded by the debris of his savings. The coins, which had seemed so heavy a moment ago, now mocked him with their inadequacy. He let out a laugh. It was a dry, cracking sound. "Is this it?" he asked the empty room. "Is this the measure of my life? 600 ducats?" He had worked hard. He had been honest. He had been frugal. He had done everything a righteous man was supposed to do. And it was not enough to save one person. Righteousness was not a currency here. He looked around the room. Was there anything else? Anything he'd missed? His eyes fell on the drafting table. On the great sheet of parchment that lay there, pinned at the corners. The unsigned cathedral. He stood up slowly, his knees popping. He walked over to the drawing. In the afternoon light, the lines seemed to glow. The soaring arches, the intricate traceries of the windows, the perfect geometry of the dome. It was a masterpiece. He knew it. The Royal Academy knew it. They had been whispering about the unknown architect who was designing a church that would rival St. Marcus Terce. If he built this, his name would be carved in stone. He would be immortal. He would be Lorenzo di Rossi, the master builder. But if he sold it, if he sold the design, not just the paper, but the intellectual property, the rights, the credit, to someone else. He knew a man, the royal architect, a man named Grimani. Grimani was wealthy, powerful, and utterly devoid of talent. He had been trying to design a cathedral for the Doge for a decade, but his designs were clumsy, heavy, soulless. Grimani would pay a king's ransom to put his own name on a design like this. Lorenzo ran his hand over the paper. He touched the charcoal lines he had drawn with such love. To sell this was to commit professional suicide. It was to erase himself from history. The cathedral would be built. Yes, the bells would ring, but they would ring for Grimani. Lorenzo would walk past the building in his old age, and no one would know that the structure came from his mind, from his heart. He would be a ghost in his own city. He looked down at the pile of coins on the floor. The price of a vineyard. He looked at the drawing. The price of a soul. The choice was not between money and poverty. The choice was between his name and her life. Lorenzo closed his eyes. He imagined Isabella standing on the auction block. He imagined Valerio's hand on her arm. He opened his eyes. He reached for a knife, a sharp penknife he used for cutting quills. He did not cut the paper. Instead, he carefully, methodically, began to roll the drawing up. He placed it inside the leather tube. He capped it. He picked up the tube. It was light, but it felt heavier than the clay jar. It felt like he was carrying his own tombstone. He stepped over the scattered coins. He didn't bother to pick them up. They didn't matter anymore. He unlocked the door. The sun was setting now, turning the sky the colour of a bruised plum. Lorenzo walked out. He did not head toward the pawnbrokers. He headed toward the Grand Canal, toward the palace of the royal architect. He was going to sell his name. The Palazzo Grimani did not just sit on the Grand Canal, it dominated it, while other palaces were content to be beautiful. The home of the royal architect was designed to be intimidating. Its facade was a riot of marble columns, screaming statues, and gilded balconies that seemed to shout, "Look at me, envy me." Lorenzo stood before the massive cedar doors. He felt small. The leather tube in his hand was damp from the mist. His coat was threadbare at the elbows. He looked like a beggar coming to ask for scraps, not a genius coming to bestow a crown. He knocked. A servant in livery, blue and gold, stiffer than a board, opened the door. He looked Lorenzo up and down with a practised sneer. "The trade entrance is around the back," the servant droned. "Tell Maestro Grimani that Lorenzo di Rossi is here," Lorenzo said, his voice quiet but hard as granite. "Tell him I have the solution to his dome problem." The servant hesitated. The gossip of the city was well known. Grimani had been struggling for 2 years to design a dome for the Doge's new basilica that wouldn't collapse under its own weight. It was a humiliating public secret. "Wait here," the servant sniffed, leaving Lorenzo in the vestibule. The air inside was warm and perfumed with sandalwood and roasted pheasant. The floor was a chessboard of black and white Carrara marble, polished to a mirror shine. Lorenzo saw his own reflection in the stone, a dark, jagged figure interrupting the perfect geometry. 10 minutes later, he was summoned. He was led not to a study, but to a dining hall. The walls were upholstered in damask the colour of crushed grapes. Crystal chandeliers dripping with glass tears from Murano cast a dazzling light. At the far end of a table long enough to seat 20 men sat Pietro Grimani. He was a large man, flesh spilling over his velvet collar. He was eating a pomegranate, picking the ruby seeds out with a silver pin. He did not stand up. He did not wipe his hands. "Di Rossi," Grimani said, chewing. "The little mouse from Dorsoduro. I heard your family lost its ships and its dignity. I am not here to talk about ships. Pietro," Lorenzo said, walking the length of the table. The sound of his boots on the parquet floor was sharp and lonely. "No? Then why are you here? To beg for a job? I need someone to design the latrines for my summer villa. You have a talent for, plumbing, I assume?" Grimani chuckled. A drop of red juice ran down his chin. Lorenzo stopped at the edge of the table. He did not react to the insult. He placed the leather tube on the white tablecloth, right next to a silver platter of untouched figs. "I hear the Doge is growing impatient," Lorenzo said calmly. "I hear he has given you 1 month to present a structural plan for the dome, or he will give the commission to the French." Grimani stopped chewing. His eyes, small and beaded like a pig's, narrowed. "My dome is fine," Grimani lied. "It is a revolutionary design." "It is a heavy design," Lorenzo corrected. "The buttressing is insufficient. If you build it, it will crack within a year, and when it falls, it will crush the altar. And your reputation..." Grimani slammed his hand on the table. The silver cutlery rattled. "How dare you? A nobody, lecturing the royal architect. I am not lecturing, Lorenzo said. He uncapped the tube. I'm selling. He pulled out the parchment. He unrolled it across the dinner plates, pushing aside a crystal goblet of wine. He weighted the corners down with a heavy silver salt cellar and a candlestick. Look! Grimani looked. He wanted to look away, to scoff, to dismiss it. But he was an architect after all. He knew the language of lines. His eyes traced the elevation. He saw the double-shell dome structure, light, airy, yet incredibly strong. He saw the hidden iron chains woven into the masonry to contain the hoop stress. He saw the interplay of light and shadow that would make the interior feel like the inside of a pearl. It was brilliant. It was everything Grimani wanted to be, but couldn't. The silence in the room stretched thin. The only sound was the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Grimani traced a line with a greasy finger. It is competent, he muttered, his voice hoarse. It is a masterpiece, Lorenzo said, and it is finished. The calculations are in the margin. You could break ground tomorrow. Grimani looked up. The arrogance was gone, replaced by a naked, hungry greed. How much? 3,000 ducats, Lorenzo said. Grimani laughed, a wet, barking sound. 3,000? You are mad. I could buy a palace for that. You are buying immortality. Pietro. Without this, you are the man who failed the Doge. With this, you are the Michelangelo of Venice. Grimani looked back at the drawing. He was doing the math in his head. The commission from the Doge was worth 10,000. 1,000, Grimani counted. 3,000 in gold tonight. 2,000, 3,000, Lorenzo repeated. Or I roll this up, and I take it to the French ambassador. He's staying at the Danieli. I can be there in 20 minutes. Grimani's face turned a shade of purple. He knew Lorenzo wasn't bluffing. He stared at the drawing as if it were a beautiful woman he had to possess. Fine, Grimani spat. 3,000? He rang a small silver bell. The servant appeared instantly. Unlock the strongbox, Grimani ordered, his voice tight. Bring the bags from the Verona account. While they waited, Grimani poured himself a glass of wine. He did not offer one to Lorenzo. There is a condition, Grimani said, taking a sip. A clause. I expected so. Grimani pulled a fresh sheet of paper from a drawer in the table. He dipped a quill into an inkwell. He wrote quickly, the scratch of the nib sounding like claws on glass. You sell me the design, but you also sell the authorship, Grimani said, not looking up. You will sign a waiver stating that these plans were drawn by me, under my direction, in my studio. You were merely a draftsman. A hand that held the pen. Lorenzo felt a coldness spread through his chest. He had anticipated this, but hearing it out loud was like a physical blow. I will never claim it, Lorenzo said. You will never speak of it, Grimani insisted. If someone praises the curve of the arch, you will be silent. If the Doge gives me a medal, you will not whisper to your neighbour that it belongs to you. You will erase yourself from this paper. Lorenzo, completely. He pushed the waiver across the table. Lorenzo looked at the paper. It was a death certificate for his career. If he signed this, he was admitting he was a fraud, a nobody. But then, the image of the sunken quarter flashed in his mind. The red, swollen hands scrubbing the tapestry, the empty eyes. A name for a life, he thought. It is a fair trade. Lorenzo picked up the quill. The feather was white and soft against his calloused fingers. He dipped it in the ink. He signed his name. Lorenzo di Rossi. It was the last time that signature would ever matter in the world of art. The servant returned with 3 heavy leather bags. He placed them on the table. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of judgment. Lorenzo opened one bag. The gold coins glittered in the candlelight, bearing the face of the Doge. Cold, hard, indifferent. Count it if you wish, Grimani sneered, rolling up the masterpiece possessively. I trust your greed, Lorenzo said. You wouldn't risk the scandal of shortchanging me. He gathered the bags. They were heavy. They weighed down his coat, pulling at his shoulders. He felt like he was carrying stones. He turned to leave. Di Rossi, Grimani called out. Lorenzo stopped at the door. "You're a fool," Grimani said, stroking the parchment. "You could have been great. Now, you're just a rich nobody." Lorenzo didn't turn around. "No, Pietro," he said softly. "I am just a man who found something more valuable than stone." He walked out. The servant closed the heavy cedar door behind him. Boom. Lorenzo stood on the steps of the palace. The fog had turned into a light rain. He looked at the canal. He had 3,000 ducats in his pockets. Enough to buy a ship. Enough to buy a vineyard. Enough to buy a bride. He looked up at the darkened sky. He felt lighter, strangely. The burden of his ambition was gone. He was empty now, a vessel cleared of its own desires, ready to be filled with a single purpose. He walked into the rain. The architect was dead. The Redeemer was born. The dungeon of the sunken quarter did not have a floor. It had a tide. The cell was a small stone box located below the waterline. When the tide in the lagoon was low, the floor was a slick, muddy pavement covered in slime. But when the tide rose, as it was rising now, the black, brackish water seeped up through the cracks, climbing the walls like a cold, suffocating blanket. Isabella sat on a narrow wooden ledge, the only dry surface in the room, her knees pulled tight against her chest. The water was already lapping at the wood, swirling with dark eddies that smelled of dead fish and ancient sewage. She shivered. It was a violent, uncontrollable tremor that started in her spine and rattled her teeth. Her grey shift was damp, clinging to her skin like a second, heavier layer of misery. She closed her eyes, trying to conjure a memory of warmth. A fireplace, a wool blanket, the sun on the terrace of her father's villa. But the memories were fading, eaten away by the cold. The only reality now was the stone, the water, and the rats. She could hear them scuttling along the beams overhead, their claws scratching against the wood. They were waiting. They knew, perhaps better than she did, that she was becoming less of a person and more of a thing. A week ago, she'd been Isabella Rossi, the belle of Venice. She'd worried about which ribbon matched her dress. She'd wept over a broken fan. How stupid she had been. How incredibly, arrogantly stupid. She looked at her hands. In the gloom, they looked like foreign objects. The nails were broken, the skin red and cracked. She rubbed her thumb over her palm. It was rough. "I am sorry," she whispered to the empty air. She didn't know who she was apologising to. Her father? Lorenzo? God? Or perhaps to the girl she used to be, the girl she had murdered with her own vanity. A heavy sound echoed down the corridor, the grinding of a rusty hinge. Footsteps. Heavy, wet footsteps splashing through the flooded hallway. Isabella stiffened. She pressed herself harder against the cold stone wall, trying to merge with it, trying to disappear. A light flickered through the iron bars of her cell door. A lantern. A face appeared in the square opening. It was the turnkey, a man the prisoners called Il Ratto, the rat. He had a face that seemed to have been melted and reshaped by a careless hand, with small, watery eyes and a mouth that was always wet. "Still awake, Principessa," he crooned. His voice was a scratchy whisper that made her skin crawl. Isabella didn't answer. She stared at her knees. The rat chuckled. He unlocked the heavy door. It swung open with a shriek of metal. He stepped inside, balancing on a high stone step to keep his boots out of the rising water. The cell instantly smelled of something else, garlic and hot grease. He was holding a wooden bowl. Steam rose from it, curling into the cold air like a spirit. "I brought you supper," he said, holding the bowl out. "Polenta, with sausage, and a cup of wine." Isabella's stomach clenched. A sharp, physical pain of hunger twisted her insides. She hadn't eaten in 2 days, save for a crust of mouldy bread. The smell of the hot food was intoxicating. It made her mouth water so painfully she almost choked. She looked up. The rat was smiling. It was not a kind smile. It was the smile of a merchant who knows the customer is desperate. "Why?" she asked. Her voice was a cracked husk. "Because it is a waste," the rat said, stepping closer. The lantern light swung, illuminating the hunger in his eyes. "A girl like you, soft skin, golden hair, you shouldn't be here with the vermin. You should be comfortable." He placed the bowl on the edge of her wooden ledge. The steam wafted into her face. "Eat," he urged. "And then, perhaps I can move you. There is a room upstairs, dry, a mattress with straw, no rats." Isabella looked at the food. Then she looked at the man. She understood the transaction. It was the oldest currency in the world. He was offering her survival. He was offering her warmth. All she had to do was let him take the one thing she had left. Her mind screamed at her to take it. Take the food. You're going to be sold anyway. What does it matter? You're already ruined. You're already dirty. She reached out a trembling hand toward the bowl. The heat radiating from the clay was wonderful. The rat's smile widened. He reached out to touch her hair. Isabella froze. His fingers were thick and greasy. As they brushed against her temple, a memory flashed in her mind. Not of Valerio, not of the parties, but of a workshop. She remembered Lorenzo's hands. They were rough, stained with ink, but they had always held her with a terrifying reverence. He had looked at her as if she were a sacred vessel, as if she had value simply because she existed, not because of what she could give him. "You are a stone, Lorenzo," she told him. Yes, he was a stone, solid, unmoving, pure. If she took this food, if she went to that room upstairs, she would survive the night. But she would destroy the memory of that look. She would agree with the world that she was just meat. She looked at the plenter. Then she looked at the rat. Something inside her hardened. It was a strange cold strength, like iron forging in ice water. She pulled her hand back. "No," she whispered. The rat blinked. "What?" "No," she said, louder this time. She pushed the bowl away. It slid across the wood and teetered on the edge. "Take it away." The rat's face darkened. The false kindness evaporated, replaced by an ugly sneer. "You are playing games. Principessa," he hissed. "You think you're still a lady? You're a whore in a cage. You're worth nothing. I am worth..." "Something," Isabella said, her voice trembling but defiant. "I'm worth enough to say no." "You will starve," he threatened. "Then I will starve." The rat stared at her for a long moment, his chest heaving with insulted pride. Then, with a snarl of rage, he swept his arm out. Smack! His hand hit the bowl. It flew off the ledge and splashed into the filthy water below. The sausage, the polenta, the wine, all lost in the muck. "Fine," he shouted. "Eat the filth. Then, rot here." He backed out of the cell, slamming the iron door shut. He turned the key with a violent twist. "Don't expect the bucket tomorrow," he yelled through the bars. "I hope the rats are hungry." The light of his lantern receded down the hallway. Darkness rushed back in, absolute and suffocating. Isabella was alone again. She listened to the sound of his footsteps fading. Then she heard the sound of the water lapping against the wood. The hunger pain returned, sharper than before. It clawed at her belly. She curled into a ball, wrapping her arms around her knees. She should be crying. She should be screaming with regret. She had just thrown away her only chance for comfort. But as she lay there in the dark, shivering and starving, Isabella felt something strange. She felt clean. For the first time in years, she had made a choice that wasn't for pleasure, wasn't for vanity, and wasn't for fear. She had chosen dignity over survival. She closed her eyes. The image of the golden mask from the carnival shattered in her mind. "Lorenzo," she whispered into the dark. "I'm sorry I called you boring. You were not boring. You were right." She didn't know if he was alive. She didn't know if he even remembered her. But in that cold, wet tomb, she held onto the memory of his respect like a shield. She was an iron lily now, battered, rusted, sinking, no, but unbroken. She lowered her head onto her knees and waited for the morning, or the end, whichever came first. The morning light did not reach the cell, but something else did. It started with a scent. It was subtle at first, fighting against the stench of the stagnant water, but slowly, inexorably, it won. It was a complex, heavy fragrance, musk, amber, and the distinct, oily sweetness of tuberose. It was the scent of a cathedral during a funeral mass. Isabella lifted her head from her knees. Her neck was stiff, her body aching from the cold dampness of the stone. The heavy iron door at the end of the corridor clanged open. But this time, there was no shuffling of boots. There was the sharp, rhythmic click-clack of heels on stone. Isabella scrambled backward on her wooden ledge, pressing her spine against the slimy wall. Her heart began to beat a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She knew that walk. The rat appeared first, bowing low, holding a lantern not with his usual carelessness, but with trembling reverence. "This way, Your Excellency," the rat wheezed. "Be careful of the moss, it is slippery." A figure stepped into the pool of light. Count Valerio. He was exactly as she remembered him from the carnival, yet somehow more terrifying because there was no mask today. His face was pale, almost translucent, like fine marble. His eyes were dark, intelligent, and devoid of warmth. He wore a coat of deep violet velvet, untouched by the filth of the surroundings. He held a handkerchief of white lace to his nose, not in disgust, but with a delicate air of boredom. He stopped in front of her cell. He looked through the bars. He did not speak immediately. He observed. His eyes traced the curve of her shivering shoulders, the matted tangle of her dirty hair, the bruise on her cheek where she had rested it against the stone. He looked at her not as a human being, but as an artifact. "Open it," Valerio said softly. The rat fumbled with the keys. The lock clicked. The door swung open. Valerio stepped inside. The cell was small, but he seemed to suck the remaining air out of it. He stood on the edge of the dry platform, towering over her. Isabella pulled her knees tighter. She tried to make herself small, insignificant. "Look at you," Valerio whispered. His voice was melodic, soothing. "My golden bird, you have lost your feathers." Isabella didn't answer. She stared at the silver buckles on his shoes. Valerio crouched down. He didn't care that the hem of his velvet coat touched the damp wood. He reached out a gloved hand and lifted her chin. The leather was soft, cool. "Look at me, Isabella." She forced herself to meet his eyes. She expected to see mockery. She expected to see anger because of the unpaid debt. Instead, she saw satisfaction. "Beautiful," he murmured. "Much more beautiful than at the ball." Isabella frowned, confused and terrified. I am a wreck," she croaked. "I am dirty." "Dirt is temporary," Valerio said, letting go of her chin and standing up. He began to pace the tiny cell, his hands clasped behind his back. "But the break is permanent, and that is what makes you valuable." He turned to her, his eyes gleaming with a strange, fanatical light. "Do you know what I collect, Isabella? I do not collect pristine things. Any fool with money can buy a new vase or a fresh painting. I collect survivors." He gestured around the filthy cell as if it were a gallery. "I have a violin that survived a fire in Rome. It is charred, ugly. It cannot play a single note, but it is my most prized possession, because it endured. I have a statue of an angel that lost its wings in a war. It is perfect because it is fallen." He leaned in close, his face inches from hers. She could smell the tuberose and overpowering and suffocating. "And now I have you, the proud merchant's daughter who wanted to touch the sun. And look, you fell, you shattered. I am not yours," Isabella whispered, her voice trembling. "Not yet. The auction is tomorrow." Valerio laughed. It was a soft, dry sound. "The auction is a formality, my dear. Who will bid for you? Look at yourself. You are skin and bones. Your reputation is ash. The respectable men of Venice will not touch you. The madam of the brothels will think you are too weak to work. No one wants a broken thing. He paused, smiling. Except me. I will buy you. I will pay a pittance, of course. A few 100 ducats. And I will take you to my palace. I will put you in a room with the charred violin and the wingless angel. And I will look at you every day and think, I own the ruin of Isabella Rossi. Tears welled in Isabella's eyes. It was a fate worse than death. To be a trophy of her own failure. To be a living monument to sin. Why? She sobbed. Why do you hate me? Hate you? Valerio looked genuinely offended. I adore you. I'm the only one who sees the truth. You were arrogant, Isabella. You thought you were better than this city. I simply helped gravity do its work. I gave you the money, yes, but you signed the papers. You chose the fall. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small mirror. A silver-backed hand mirror. He held it up to her face. Look. Isabella looked. She saw a stranger. Hollow cheeks. Wild eyes. A smear of dirt across her forehead like a mark of Cain. This is who you are now, Valerio whispered. Accept it. When you walk onto that block tomorrow, do not look for a saviour. Saviours are for the innocent. You are guilty. He snapped the mirror shut and slipped it back into his pocket. Sleep well, Isabella. Tomorrow, you come home to my collection. He turned and walked out. The rat slammed the door. Clang. Valerio didn't look back. He walked away into the darkness, his heels clicking a rhythm of ownership. Mine, mine, mine. Isabella sat frozen. The cold of the cell felt deeper now. It wasn't just in her bones, it was in her spirit. He was right. That was the terrible power of the devil. He didn't always lie. Sometimes, he used the truth as a weapon. She was arrogant. She did sign the papers. She was broken. Saviours are for the innocent. She repeated his words. They echoed in the silence. If that was true, then she was doomed, because there was not a single innocent bone left in her body. She thought of Lorenzo, who built things that stood up. Lorenzo, who loved straight lines and strong foundations. Valerio was right. Lorenzo wouldn't want this. Lorenzo wanted to build a cathedral. He didn't want to buy a pile of rubble. She curled up on the wood, burying her face in her hands. For the first time, she didn't pray for rescue. She prayed for the end. Let the water rise, she whispered to the tide. Just let it rise. The night before the auction, the fog descended upon Venice like a heavy white shroud. It erased the bridges. It erased the domes. It turned the world into a shapeless void where sound travelled strangely, muffled one moment, unnervingly clear the next. Lorenzo stood on the edge of the fondamenta opposite the salt warehouse. The water of the canal was high, slapping greedily against the stones of the pavement, wetting the toes of his boots. He was not supposed to be here. The area was patrolled by the Arsenali guards, but Lorenzo knew the shadows of this city better than the guards knew their own wives. He had slipped through the back alleys, moved by a gravitational pull he could not resist. He looked across the narrow strip of black water. There, just above the waterline, was the iron grate. It was a small opening barred with rusted metal thick as a man's wrist. A faint, flickering light came from within, a lantern left by a guard, or perhaps the moon reflecting off the wet walls inside. He took a small stone from the pavement. He weighed it in his hand. He tossed it. Clink. The stone hit the iron bar. The sound was sharp, lonely. Inside the darkness, there was movement. A shadow detached itself from the wall. Who is there? A voice floated across the water. It was weak, trembling, but he would know that voice in a hurricane. It is I, Lorenzo said. He kept his voice low, projecting it across the canal like a physical bridge. There was a silence. Then, a sharp intake of breath. Lorenzo. Yes. Go away. command was immediate, panicked. The shadow inside the grate retreated. "Go away, Lorenzo, please." "I cannot," he said. He stepped closer to the water's edge, leaning out as far as he dared. "I needed to see that you are still whole." "Whole," Isabella laughed. It was a terrible sound, brittle as breaking glass. She moved back toward the grate, her face pressing against the bars. In the gloom, her skin looked grey, her eyes wide and haunted. "Did you not hear the rumours? The vase is broken. Architect. The pieces are scattered in the mud." "I am good at fixing broken things," Lorenzo said softly. "It is my trade." "Not this kind of broken?" she hissed. She gripped the cold iron bars, her knuckles white. "Look at me. Look at where I am. I'm in a cage for rats. I smell of sewage. I am ruined." "You are Isabella," he said. "That is all I see." "Then you are blind," she cried out, her voice cracking. "Why did you come here? To gloat? To see the girl who called you boring? Well, are you entertained? Is this life enough for you?" "I came," Lorenzo said, ignoring her anger, knowing it was just fear wearing a mask, "to tell you not to be afraid tomorrow." "Not afraid?" She shook her head, tears streaking through the dirt on her cheeks. "Tomorrow I am sold like cattle. Count Valerio was here. He told me saviours are for the innocent. And he is right. I signed the papers. Lorenzo. I took his money. I bought the dresses. I drank the wine. I am guilty." "Guilt is a debt," Lorenzo said, "and debts can be paid." "With what?" she challenged him. "You have nothing. I saw your coat. It is threadbare. Your family has no fortune. What will you pay with? Your sketches, your pretty lines on paper." Lorenzo touched the heavy pocket of his coat. The gold coins, 3,000 ducats pressed against his hip. The weight of his sold name, the weight of his erased future. "I have enough," he said simply. Isabella stared at him across the water. She saw the quiet determination in his jaw, the steadiness of his gaze. And it terrified her, because if he saved her, she would owe him everything. If Valerio bought her, it was a transaction. She would be a slave, yes, but she could hate him. She could keep her heart locked away in a box of ice. But if Lorenzo bought her, after everything she had done to him, after every insult, after every rejection, the weight of that gratitude would crush her. She could not bear to be looked at with such pure, undeserved love. It burned her like acid. She had to make him leave. She had to save him from wasting his life on a wreck like her. She hardened her face. She summoned the ghost of the arrogant girl she used to be. "You have enough," she sneered. "Enough for what? To buy a servant? Is that what you want, Lorenzo? A maid to sweep your dusty workshop? A broken doll to sit on your shelf so you can feel like a hero?" Lorenzo didn't flinch. "No." "Well, I don't want your pity," she shouted. "I would rather belong to Valerio. At least he knows what I am. At least he admits he is a monster. You, with your righteousness." "You're suffocating. You're boring, Lorenzo. Boring. I told you 3 years ago, and I tell you now, go away, let me burn." She spat the words at him, hoping they would act like stones to drive him off. She wanted him to hate her. She wanted him to turn around and leave her to her fate. Lorenzo stood there on the pavement. The mist swirled around his legs. The insults hit him, but they didn't penetrate. He saw the trembling of her lips. He saw the terror in her eyes that contradicted her words. He understood the mechanism of shame. It pushed away the very hand it longed to hold. He didn't yell back. He didn't defend himself. He simply raised his hand and pressed his palm against the air, as if touching an invisible glass wall between them. "The fire burns out, Isabella," he said, his voice gentle, carrying over the water. "But the stone remains. I will be there tomorrow. Look for me." "No," she screamed. "Don't come. I forbid you." "You cannot forbid me," he said. "You do not own yourself anymore. The market owns you. And tomorrow, I will bid." He turned. He didn't wait for her next insult. He knew she needed to cry, and she wouldn't do it while he was watching. He walked away into the fog. Behind him, he heard a sound. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a curse. It was a sob. A deep, wrenching sob that echoed from the grate. The sound of a soul breaking under the weight of a love it could not comprehend. Lorenzo kept walking. He touched the coins in his pocket again. 3,000 ducats. It was a high price for a ruin. But as he listened to her weeping in the dark, he knew he would have sold the cathedral twice over if he could. The night deepened. The stage was set. Tomorrow, the auctioneer's hammer would fall, and the unsigned architect would make his final stand. The sun rose over the lagoon like a bloody coin, casting a copper glare across the water. It was a beautiful day in Venice. The kind of day where the sky is a porcelain blue, and the tourists marvel at the play of light on the domes of San Marco. But Lorenzo did not see the beauty. He felt only the weight. He walked along the Riva degli Schiavoni, moving against the flow of the morning crowd. Under his heavy woolen coat, strapped tight against his ribs with a leather belt, were the bags of gold, 3,000 ducats. The metal was heavy. It dragged at his shoulders. It bruised his hips with every step. It was a physical burden, a constant reminder of what he had traded. Every step was a transaction. This step cost my name. That step cost my legacy. He kept his hand pressed against his side, guarding the hidden fortune. He looked like a man protecting a wound. He turned inland, away from the sparkling water, navigating toward the Campo San Polo. This was the second largest square in Venice, usually a place for bullfights or masquerades. But today, the wooden barricades were erected for a different kind of sport. The debtor's auction. As he approached the square, the sound hit him first. It was a low rumble, a mix of laughter, shouting, and the sharp cracking of whips. It sounded like a carnival, but the undercurrent was darker. It was the sound of hungry men looking at meat. Lorenzo stepped into the square. The crowd was dense. It was a cross-section of Venetian society. There were rough-handed ship captains looking for strong oarsmen. There were factory owners looking for cheap labour for the glass furnaces of Murano. And there were the idle rich, men in silk stockings and powdered wigs, who came simply to watch the spectacle, eating candied oranges as if they were at the opera. In the centre of the square stood a raised wooden platform. The auction block. It was stained dark from years of boots and tears. Above it, a striped awning snapped in the wind, providing shade for the auctioneer, a man with a red face and a voice that could cut through stone. Lorenzo pushed his way through the throng. He was shoved, elbowed, and cursed at. "Watch it, peasant," a merchant snarled, brushing dust off his velvet sleeve. Lorenzo didn't answer. He kept his eyes on the platform. He found a spot near the front, just behind the rope line. He planted his feet on the cobblestones. He stood like a pillar, immovable in the swaying crowd. "Bring out the stock," the auctioneer bellowed, slamming a heavy gavel onto his podium. Bang! A gate opened at the back of the platform. A line of prisoners shuffled out. They were chained together at the ankles, the sound of the iron links dragging across the wood. Clink, drag, hushed the crowd for a moment. There were 10 of them, men with broken spirits, women with weeping eyes. They blinked in the harsh sunlight, cowering from the sudden exposure. They had spent weeks in the dark, and now they were naked before the eyes of the city. Lorenzo scanned the line. First, a burly smith who had lost his shop to dice. Then, a widow who had inherited her husband's debts. And then, at the end of the line, Isabella. Lorenzo felt his breath hitch. She was wearing the same grey shift, stained with the filth of the cell. Her hair, once her glory, hung in matted clumps around her face. She did not look up. She stared fixedly at the wooden planks beneath her bare feet. Her posture was one of utter defeat. Shoulders slumped, head bowed, hands clasping her elbows as if trying to hold herself together. She looked small, fragile. A gust of wind could blow her away. "Look at that one," a man next to Lorenzo whistled. "A bit skinny, but the bone structure is fine." "Damaged goods," another replied with a sneer. "That's Rossi's daughter. High maintenance. She'll break before she works." Lorenzo's hand tightened on the gold beneath his coat. He wanted to strike them. He wanted to silence their mouths with his fist. But he forced his hand to unclench. Patience, he told himself. Do not fight the darkness with noise. Fight it with light. A movement on the balcony of the palazzo overlooking the square caught his eye. Count Valerio. He was sitting on a velvet chair, sipping a glass of wine. He held a pair of opera glasses to his eyes, training them on the miserable line of human beings below. He lowered the glasses and smiled, a small, satisfied smile. He raised a finger, signalling to his agent who stood in the front row of the crowd the stage was set. The players were in position. The auctioneer picked up a piece of parchment. "Lot number 1, he shouted. "A carpenter from Padua, strong back, good teeth. Debt, 200 ducats. Who will start the bidding?" The chaos began. Hands shot up. Voices shouted numbers. The carpenter was sold in 2 minutes to a shipyard foreman. He was unchained and dragged off the stage, weeping. Lot number 2, sold. Lot number 3, sold. The line grew shorter. The sun climbed higher, baking the square in heat and cruelty. Isabella stood frozen. She was shaking. Lorenzo could see the tremors running through her thin frame. She was terrified, but she was trying so hard not to show it. She was the iron lily, rusting in the sun. Lorenzo did not take his eyes off her. He willed her to look up, to see him standing there among the wolves. "I am here," he broadcast with his mind. "The stone is here." But she kept her head down. She was hiding in her shame. "Lot number 10, the auctioneer announced. The crowd grew quieter. A ripple of anticipation went through the square. This was the main event. The fallen aristocrat. The guard pushed Isabella forward. She stumbled, nearly falling, but caught herself. The crowd laughed nervously. "Isabella Rossi," the auctioneer boomed. "Daughter of the late merchant prince. Educated. Plays the lute. Speaks French. Debt." He paused for dramatic effect. "Debt held by Count Valerio. 500 ducats." A hush fell over the crowd. 500 was a steep opening price. It was designed to clear the field. "Do I hear 500? Silence. The agent of Count Valerio stepped forward. He was a thin man with a notebook. 500, the agent said lazily. "I have 500 from the gentleman in the front." The auctioneer pointed. "Going once." Isabella closed her eyes. A tear leaked out, cutting a clean track through the dirt on her cheek. She was waiting for the end. Lorenzo took a breath. He felt the gold pressing against his ribs. It was no longer a burden. It was a weapon. He raised his hand, not a frantic wave, but a steady, vertical line. 600, Lorenzo said. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the murmurs like a chisel through soft stone. Heads turned. The crowd parted slightly to look at the man who dared to challenge the Count. Isabella's head snapped up. She looked into the crowd. She saw him. Lorenzo stood there, dusty, tired, wearing a coat that was fraying at the seams, but his eyes were blazing with a terrifying resolve. He didn't look at the auctioneer. He looked straight at her. I told you, his eyes said, debts can be paid. On the balcony, Count Valerio lowered his wineglass. The smile vanished from his face. He leaned forward, gripping the railing. The game had begun. 600, the auctioneer repeated, blinking in disbelief. He leaned over his podium, peering down at the dusty figure in the architect's coat. The bid is 600 ducats. Do I hear 7? The crowd murmured. 600 was the price of a fine racehorse, not a disgraced woman with rough hands. They looked from Lorenzo to the balcony where Count Valerio sat. They were waiting for the punchline. On the balcony, Valerio did not look angry. He looked delighted. He set his wineglass down on the stone railing. He signalled to his agent below with a barely perceptible nod. The agent, a man with a face as sharp as a weasel, cleared his throat. 700, the agent said. Isabella flinched. The number hit her like a physical blow. She looked at Lorenzo, her eyes wide with panic. "Stop," she mouthed. "Please stop." Lorenzo did not look at the agent. He did not look at the crowd. He kept his eyes locked on Isabella, anchoring her to the earth. 800, Lorenzo said. His voice was calm, devoid of the tremor that shook his hands beneath his coat. 900, the agent counted instantly. 1,000. A gasp rippled through the square. 1,000 ducats. A collective madness seized the crowd. People began to shove forward, craning their necks. The baker left his cart, the gondolier abandoned his oar. This was no longer a sale, it was a duel. "Who is he?" a woman whispered loudly. "Is he a prince in disguise?" "He looks like a bricklayer," her husband scoffed. "Look at his boots. They are scuffed. He is spending money he doesn't have. He'll be in debtor's prison by sunset." The agent hesitated. He looked up at the balcony. Valerio was no longer smiling. He leaned forward, his knuckles gripping the velvet arms of his chair. This nobody, this man of dust and stone, was daring to challenge the liquidity of a count? It was insulting. Valerio held up 2 fingers. 1,200, the agent shouted. Lorenzo felt the weight of the gold bags against his ribs. He knew exactly what was in them. 3,000. That was his ceiling. That was his life. Every bid brought him closer to the bottom of the sack. He did not hesitate. 1,300, Lorenzo said. 1,500, the agent yelled, his voice rising in pitch. The sun beat down on the square. The air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies and roasting chestnuts. Sweat trickled down Lorenzo's back. Isabella was shaking violently now. She felt sick. Every number was a condemnation. "I'm not worth this," she screamed inside her head. "I am a ruin. I'm a mistake. Why are you paying a king's ransom for a pile of ash?" "Lorenzo," she cried out, her voice breaking the rhythm of the bidding. "Stop! You are mad! Let me go!" The crowd laughed cruel, jeering laughter. "Listen to the merchandise," a sailor shouted. "Even the whore knows she isn't worth it." Lorenzo's jaw tightened. He ignored the sailor. He ignored the laughter. 1,600, he said. On the balcony. Valerio stood up. His face was a mask of cold fury. This was not about the girl anymore. He didn't even want her that much. He had other broken things. This was about power. This was about showing the rabble that no amount of righteous effort could compete with old money. He wanted to crush this architect. He wanted to see him empty his pockets and find nothing but lint. He wanted to break his hope publicly. Valerio signalled again. 3 fingers, a jump, a massive escalation. 2,000, the agent screamed. 2,000 ducats! The square went silent. 2,000. It was an obscene amount. It was the price of a small merchant ship. It was the price of a villa on the mainland. For a servant? For a debtor? The auctioneer wiped sweat from his forehead with a dirty handkerchief. Even he was uncomfortable. The greed in the air was palpable, suffocating. 2,000 ducats to the count, the auctioneer stammered. Going once. All eyes turned to Lorenzo. He stood alone in the centre of the square. The stone. He looked tired. The lines round his eyes were deep canyons of exhaustion. He reached under his coat. He pulled out the first bag of gold. He untied the string. He upended the bag. Clatter. Clink. Rush. A golden waterfall poured onto the cobblestones. The coins flashed in the sun, piling up around his boots. 2,000, Lorenzo said, his voice dropping an octave, becoming gravel and iron. And 100. The crowd gasped. He had the money. It was real. Isabella stared at the gold. It was her freedom. It was her burden. She felt a crushing weight on her chest. He was pouring his life out onto the dirty street for her. The agent looked up at the balcony, panic in his eyes. He had exceeded his authorised limit. Valerio looked down at the pile of gold. He sneered. So, the mouse had hoarded some cheese. But how deep was the hole? Valerio made a slashing motion with his hand. Kill him! 2,500, the agent shrieked. Lorenzo didn't flinch. He reached for the second bag. 2,600. 2,800. Lorenzo reached for the third bag. The last bag. He felt the lightness of it. He knew the count. He had counted it in the dark. He poured it out. The pile grew. It was a small mountain of sacrifice. 2,000. Lorenzo started. He paused. He looked at the pile. He made a quick mental calculation. 2,900 he said. He had 100 ducats left in his pocket. 100. That was it. If the bid went over 3,000, he was dead. He would lose her. He would lose the money. He would lose everything. The agent looked at Valerio. Valerio looked at Lorenzo. He saw the empty bags lying on the stones like dead skins. He saw the way Lorenzo's hand hovered over his last pocket. Valerio smiled. He saw the limit. He held up 3 fingers. 3,000, the agent bellowed. 3,000 ducats, the crowd erupted. It's over, someone shouted. He's dry, look at him. Go home, bricklayer. Lorenzo stood frozen. 3,000? That was the exact sum he had received from Grimani. He had spent a few coins on the boat ride over. He had maybe 98 ducats left. He was short. He was short by 2 ducats. Or 10. It didn't matter. He could not beat 3,000. Isabella saw his shoulders slump. A fraction of an inch. But she saw it. She closed her eyes. Thank God, she thought. A wave of bitter relief washing over her. He can stop now. He can keep his money. I will go with Valerio. It is better this way. 3,000 going once, the auctioneer called out. His gavel raised. Lorenzo looked at Isabella. He looked at the terror masked as resignation on her face. He could not lose her. Not now. Not after selling his name. He frantically patted his pockets. Was there anything else? A ring? A watch? No. He had sold everything. Wait. He felt a hard lump in the inner pocket of his coat. The porcelain shepherdess. The cheap chipping figurine she had given him years ago. The one he had kept in his chest. He pulled it out. It was small, worthless to the world. A toy for a child. But in the economy of the heart. 3,000, the auctioneer chanted. Going twice. Wait! Lorenzo's voice cracked like a whip. The crowd quieted, sensing one last twist. Lorenzo reached into his pocket and pulled out the remaining handful of coins. He threw them onto the pile. 2,990. He counted. It wasn't enough. Then he held up the porcelain shepherdess. The crowd laughed. A doll! He is bidding with a doll! But Lorenzo wasn't looking at the crowd, and he was looking at the auctioneer. And then he looked up at the balcony, at Valerio. And this, Lorenzo said, his voice ringing with a strange power, this is the shepherdess of the lost. It is an antique from the childhood of Isabella Rossi. He turned to the auctioneer. I bid everything. It was a gamble. A desperate, foolish gamble. He was banking on the fact that Valerio was a collector. That Valerio wanted the story more than the girl. And he was banking on the laws of the auction house. All assets on the table must be valued. Everything I have, Lorenzo repeated. Every coin. And the memory of her innocence. The auctioneer looked confused. He looked up at Valerio for a ruling. Valerio stared at the figurine in Lorenzo's hand. He recognized it. He remembered Isabella mocking it years ago. For a moment, the Count hesitated. If he bid again, he would win. He could bid 3,001. But Valerio looked at the pile of gold. He looked at the desperate, sweating man holding a cheap piece of porcelain as if it were the Holy Grail. And suddenly, the game bored him. It was too raw, too emotional. Valerio liked his tragedies cold, elegant. This was messy. It smelled of sweat and desperation. And 3,000 ducats for a washerwoman? Valerio shrugged. He picked up his wine glass. He turned his back on the square and walked back into the palazzo. The agent saw the Count leave. He lowered his hand. The crowd held its breath. The auctioneer looked around. No more bids. He raised the gavel. It hung in the air for a second that lasted a century. Bam! Sold! The auctioneer shouted. Sold to the man in the grey coat for 3,000 ducats. And a doll! Lorenzo fell to his knees. Not in prayer, but because his legs simply ceased to function. He knelt in the gold, clutching the shepherdess to his chest. Isabella collapsed on the platform. The war was over. The ruin had been bought. The square of San Polo emptied slowly, like a drain clogged with debris. The spectacle was over. The rich men returned to their palazzos, disappointed by the anticlimactic ending. The poor returned to their labour, whispering about the madman who paid a king's ransom for a broken doll. Lorenzo remained on his knees for a moment longer, gathering the last of the coins. The auctioneer, impatient now that the drama was done, shoveled the gold into a strongbox with a brass scoop. The sound was harsh. Scrape, rattle, thud. The sound of a life's work being swallowed by a bureaucracy. The deed, the auctioneer grunted, thrusting a piece of parchment at Lorenzo. She is your property. Do as you please. Though I suggest you wash her before you bring her indoors. Lorenzo took the paper. He did not read it. He folded it carefully and placed it in his breast pocket, right next to his beating heart. He stood up. His knees cracked. He felt lightheaded, dizzy with a mixture of adrenaline and exhaustion. He turned to the platform. A blacksmith was waiting. He placed Isabella's ankle on a small anvil. With a hammer and a chisel, he struck the pin of the shackle. Clang. The iron cuff sprang open. It fell to the wood with a heavy thud. Isabella flinched at the sound, but she did not move her foot. She stood there, staring at the red indentation the metal had left on her skin. She seemed unsure of what to do with the sudden absence of weight. Lorenzo stepped onto the platform. He did not touch her. He stood close enough to shield her from the lingering stares of the crowd, but far enough to give her space to breathe. "Can you walk?" he asked. His voice was rough, dry as dust. Isabella nodded. She didn't trust herself to speak. If she opened her mouth, a scream might come out, or a sob, or a thank you, and she didn't know which one was the most dangerous. "Then come," Lorenzo said. He stepped down. He did not look back to see if she was following. He knew she would. Where else could she go? They left the square, entering the labyrinth of narrow streets that wound toward the Dorsoduro. It was a strange procession. Lorenzo walked ahead, his coat flapping in the breeze, his hands empty. Isabella walked 2 paces behind him, head bowed, clutching her elbows, limping slightly on her bruised feet. They passed a bakery. The smell of fresh bread wafted out, yeast and warm flour. Isabella's stomach cramped violently, a sharp reminder of her hunger. But she bit her lip until it tasted of copper. She would not ask. She was a possession now. Possessions did not ask for food, they waited to be fed. They turned into a quiet calle alongside a small canal. The noise of the market faded, replaced by the soft lapping of water and the distant sound of a church bell tolling the hour. The silence between them grew. It was a thick, palpable thing, heavier than the gold Lorenzo had spilled on the cobblestones. Isabella stared at Lorenzo's back. She looked at the fraying seams of his coat. She looked at the way his shoulders were slumped, as if the burden he carried had merely shifted from his pocket to his soul. 3,000 ducats. The number echoed in her mind with every step. 3,000. Why? If he'd paid 50 ducats, she would have been a servant. She would have scrubbed his floors for 5 years and been free. If he'd paid 500, she would have been a mistress. A shameful role, but a comprehensible one. But 3,000, that was not a price. That was a sacrifice. And that terrified her, because you cannot pay back a sacrifice. You can only be crushed by it. He must hate me, she thought, panic rising in her throat. He must hate me for costing him so much. He will take me home, and he will make me work every hour of every day until I die. And he will be right to do so. She stumbled. Her bare foot caught on a loose paving stone. She gasped, pitching forward. Lorenzo spun around. His reflexes were instant. He caught her by the arm before she hit the ground. His grip was strong. His fingers dug into the thin fabric of her shift, warm and solid. Isabella froze. She flinched, pulling away instinctively, expecting a blow. Clumsy fool. She expected him to shout, "Watch where you put your feet, you expensive wreck!" But Lorenzo did not shout. He did not let go immediately. He steadied her, holding her upright until she found her balance. He looked at her. Really looked at her. Up close. The damage was worse. The dirt was ground into her pores. Her lips were cracked. Her eyes were wide, feral, filled with a mixture of awe and terror. Lorenzo felt a breaking in his own chest. He wanted to pull her into his arms. He wanted to tell her that she was safe, that the debt was gone, that she was free. But he couldn't. Not yet. She was like a wild bird that had been beaten too many times. If he moved too fast, she would shatter. If he offered kindness too quickly, she would think it was a trick. He released her arm slowly. "We are almost there," he said. His voice was gentle, but he kept his face neutral. "Where?" Isabella whispered. It was the first word she'd spoken since the auction. Your house?" Lorenzo shook his head. "No, not my house," Isabella frowned. "Not his house? Then where? Was he taking her to a warehouse? To a different prison?" Lorenzo turned and continued walking. But this time, he slowed his pace. He matched his stride to hers, listening to the slap of her bare feet on the stone, ensuring she didn't fall again. They reached the Zattere, the long promenade facing the Giudecca Canal. The wind here was stronger, smelling of open sea. Lorenzo stopped in front of a small, nondescript building. It was a locanda, a modest inn for sailors and travellers. It had whitewashed walls and green shutters. A sign above the door swung in the breeze, "The Safe Harbour." Lorenzo opened the door. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. Isabella hesitated on the threshold. This was it. The cage was changing shape. From iron bars to plaster walls, from a cell to a room. She looked at Lorenzo. He was waiting, patient as always. "The stone." She stepped inside. The interior was simple, clean, scrub pine floors and a table with a pitcher of water, and in the corner, a narrow bed with clean white sheets. It was not a palace. It was not a dungeon. It was a room. An old woman appeared from the back, the innkeeper. She wiped her hands on her apron and looked from Lorenzo to the filthy girl shivering by the door. She didn't ask questions. In Venice, people learned early not to ask questions about Lorenzo di Rossi. "The room is ready, signor," the woman said. "I put the water on the fire as you asked, and the soap." "Thank you. Maria," Lorenzo said. He placed a single silver coin on the table. It was one of the last few he had. The woman nodded and disappeared. Lorenzo turned to Isabella. She was standing in the centre of the room, hugging herself, dripping muddy water onto the clean floor. She looked lost. "Isabella?" he said. She jumped. "Yes, master?" The word hit Lorenzo like a slap. "Master." He winced. "Do not call me that." "But you bought me," she whispered, tears finally spilling over. "You have the paper. I saw it." Lorenzo reached into his pocket. He touched the parchment, the deed. "I have the paper," he agreed softly, "but that does not make me your master." He walked over to the window and opened the shutters. The afternoon light flooded the room, dispelling the shadows. "There is hot water coming," he said, keeping his back to her, giving her privacy. There is soap. There is a dress on the bed. It is simple, but it is clean. Wash the prison off you, Isabella. Wash the market off your skin. And then, she asked, her voice trembling, what then? What work will I do? I don't know how to cook well, but I can learn. I can sew. I will work hard. I promise. I will pay it back. Every ducat. Lorenzo turned around. His silhouette was framed by the light. We will talk about the debt later, he said. For now, just rest. He walked toward the door. Where are you going? Panic spiked in her voice. She was afraid of him, but she was more afraid of being alone. I will be outside, Lorenzo said. I will sit on the steps. No one will disturb you. No one will come in. You're safe. He stepped out and closed the door softly. Click. Isabella stood in the silence. She looked at the steaming pitcher of water the old woman brought in. She looked at the bar of soap that smelled of lemon and olive oil. She looked at the clean white bed. She sank to her knees. He hadn't beaten her. He hadn't touched her. He hadn't demanded service. He had given her soap, and for the first time in months, Isabella Rossi buried her face in her hands and wept. Not the dry, fearful sobbing of the cell, but the hot, flooding tears of a heart that has been broken open by something it cannot understand. Outside, on the stone steps of the inn, Lorenzo sat down. He leaned his head back against the wall and closed his eyes. He had no money. He had no name. He had no cathedral. But inside that room, a girl was washing her face. It was enough. The water in the copper tub had turned a murky grey. It was the colour of the sunken quarter, the colour of regret. Isabella stepped out of the bath. Her skin was pink from the heat and the scrubbing. She had scrubbed until she hurt, trying to erase the phantom sensation of the overseer's gaze, the memory of the rats, the feel of the slime. She dried herself with a rough linen towel. She put on the dress Lorenzo had left on the bed. It was a simple garment of blue wool, the kind a fisherman's wife would wear. It was not silk. It did not rustle like fire, but it was dry, and it smelled of lavender soap. She walked to the small mirror hanging over the wash basin. The face staring back was cleaner, yes, but it was not the face of Isabella Rossi. The eyes were too old. There were hollows beneath her cheekbones that no amount of hot water could fill. She turned away from the reflection. She looked at the bed. The sheets were white, crisp, inviting. It was a bed made for rest. But Isabella could not lie in it. She sat on the edge of the mattress. It was too soft. It felt like a trap. For months she had slept on stone or wet wood. Her body had hardened to match her environment. This softness felt like a lie. A momentary comfort before the next blow fell. He paid 3,000 ducats. The thought circled in her mind like a shark. Why? Men did not pay fortunes for nothing. Valeria wanted a trophy. What did Lorenzo want? She looked at the door. It was closed, but she knew it wasn't locked. The latch was simple iron. She could lift it. She could walk out. But walk out to where? The world outside was a mouth waiting to eat her again. The only safety was the man sitting on the other side of that wood. And that was the most terrifying thought of all. To be safe meant to be indebted. Isabella began to pace. 3 steps to the window. Turn. 3 steps to the door. Turn. It was the exact dimension of her cell. Her body remembered the cage even when the bars were gone. She stopped at the door. She pressed her ear against the wood. Silence. Was he gone? Had he abandoned her here, leaving her with the bill for the room? Panic, sharp and irrational, spiked in her chest. She needed to know. She reached out and lifted the latch. Click. She opened the door just an inch. The night air rushed in, cool and salty. And there, sitting on the top step of the inn's porch, was Lorenzo. He was not gone. He was sitting with his back to the door, his long legs stretched out down the steps. He'd taken off his heavy coat and folded it into a cushion for his back against the stone wall. He was in his shirt sleeves, shivering slightly in the damp air, He was whittling. He had a small piece of driftwood in one hand and a penknife in the other. Scritch, scritch. The sound was rhythmic, peaceful. Isabella watched him through the crack. He looked like a guard dog that had forgotten how to bark. "You should be asleep," Lorenzo said. He didn't turn around. He didn't stop whittling. Isabella jumped. I couldn't sleep. "The bed is lumpy?" "The bed is too soft," she admitted. "I feel like I'm falling." Lorenzo paused. He blew a shaving of wood off the stick. "The floor is solid," he said gently. "Sleep on the floor if you must. There is no shame in it. The body takes time to unlearn the stone." Isabella opened the door a little wider. She stepped out, her bare feet cold on the porch stones. She hugged her arms around herself. "Lorenzo," she whispered. He stopped his knife. He turned his head slightly, looking at her profile in the moonlight. "Yes." "What happens tomorrow?" she asked. The question hung heavy in the air. "Tomorrow?" Lorenzo looked out at the canal. "Tomorrow the sun rises. We will eat breakfast. There is a bakery nearby that makes good rolls." "No," she said, her voice rising with frustration. "I mean, what is the arrangement? What am I to do? Am I your housekeeper? Do you want me to work in the workshop? I can grind pigments, I can sweep. I need to know the terms. Lorenzo, I need to know how to pay you back." Lorenzo sighed. He set the wood and the knife down on the step. He turned fully to face her. His eyes were dark pools of fatigue. "There are no terms, Isabella." "Don't lie to me," she snapped. The anger flared up again, a defense mechanism against the confusion. "You spent everything. 3,000 ducats. You threw your life away for me. Do not tell me there is no cost. There is always a cost. I know how the market works. I am the goods, and you are the buyer. So tell me, how do I earn my keep?" Lorenzo looked at her. He saw the trembling in her hands. He saw the desperate need for a transactional relationship. She wanted a contract because a contract had an end date. A contract allowed her to keep her heart safe. If she was just an employee, she didn't have to be loved. "You want a job?" Lorenzo asked quietly. "Yes. I want to work off the debt." "Fine," Lorenzo said. He stood up. He towered over her, but his posture was not threatening, it was protective. "Your job," he said, pointing to the door of her room, "is to heal." Isabella blinked. "That is not a job." "It's the hardest job in the world," Lorenzo corrected. "Your job is to sleep without fear. Your job is to eat until your ribs don't show. Your job is to look in the mirror and not see a prisoner. And when you have done that, then we will talk about the future." "But the money," she stammered. "The gold." "The gold is gone," Lorenzo said firmly. "It is dust in the wind. Do not mourn it. I do not." "But why?" she cried, tears leaking from her eyes again. "Why did you do it? I called you boring. I left you. I chose Valerio's world. I deserve the cell." Lorenzo stepped closer. He reached out, his hand hovering near her face, but he did not touch her. "Do you remember the cathedral?" he asked. "The one I was drawing?" Isabella nodded. "The one you loved more than people?" "I never loved it more than people," Lorenzo said softly. "I loved it because it was beautiful. But Isabella, a cathedral is just a pile of stones until the light comes in." He looked at her with an intensity that made her knees weak. "You are the cathedral, Isabella. You always were. The roof has collapsed. The walls are blackened by fire. But the foundation," he pointed to her heart, "the foundation is still there. And I am an architect. I do not see the ruin. I see what can be built." Isabella stared at him. The metaphor washed over her. She wasn't a slave to be used. She was a project to be restored. "I am not worth the stone," she whispered. "The builder decides the value of the stone," Lorenzo said. "Not the stone itself." He picked up his coat from the step and draped it over her shoulders. It was heavy, warm, and smelled of him, cedar shavings and rain. "Go back inside," he commanded gently. "The night air is full of miasma. Go inside. Lock the door if it makes you feel safer. I will be here. You will stay all night. I am the watchman, he said, picking up his knife again. I do not sleep while the gate is open. Isabella pulled the coat tighter around her. She looked at him one last time. This man she had despised for being safe. She realised now that safety was not the absence of adventure. Safety was the presence of a rock in a storm. Good night, Lorenzo, she whispered. Good night, Isabella. She went back inside. She closed the door. She hesitated, her hand on the iron latch. Lock it, her fear said. Keep the world out. But she looked at the wood. She knew he was on the other side. She did not slide the bolt. She left the door unlocked. She walked to the bed. She took the pillow and placed it on the floor, on the hard pine boards. She wrapped herself in Lorenzo's coat. She lay down on the floor. It was hard. It was solid. It felt real. And for the first time in 6 months, as she listened to the rhythmic scritch-scratch of the knife outside, Isabella Rossi closed her eyes and fell into a dreamless sleep. Isabella woke up on the floor. Her cheek was pressed against the rough wool of Lorenzo's coat. For a moment, she panicked, disoriented by the smell of cedar and rain. She scrambled up, her heart pounding, expecting to see the damp walls of the cell. Instead, she saw sunlight streaming through the green shutters. She saw the clean white bed, untouched. She saw the pine floorboards. She was safe. She sat up, but just clutching the coat to her chest. Her stomach gave a loud, angry growl. The hunger was no longer a dull ache. It was a sharp, demanding pain. She stood up. Her legs felt weak, but the dizziness was gone. The long sleep had knitted something back together inside her. She folded the coat carefully, smoothing out the wrinkles. It was a heavy garment, well made but old. The cuffs were frayed. She opened the door. Lorenzo was not on the steps. Isabella felt a jolt of fear. Had he left? Had he realised his mistake and abandoned her? She stepped out onto the zattere. The morning air was crisp. Seagulls wheeled overhead, crying out for scraps. Good morning! She spun around. Lorenzo was walking up from the edge of the canal. He had splashed water on his face. His hair was damp and slicked back. But he looked exhausted. There were dark circles under his eyes, and his unshaven jaw was shadowed with stubble. He looked less like the intense bidder of yesterday and more like a man who had survived a shipwreck. I folded your coat, Isabella said, holding it out. Lorenzo took it. Thank you. Did you sleep? Yes. On the floor. Lorenzo smiled faintly. The floor is honest. It doesn't lie to your back. He put the coat on. As he buttoned it, Isabella heard a sound. Or rather, the absence of a sound. Usually, when a man put on a coat, there was the heavy clink of coins in the pockets, the reassuring rhythm of commerce. But Lorenzo's coat made no sound. It hung flat against his ribs. You're hungry, Lorenzo stated. It wasn't a question. He had heard her stomach from 3 paces away. Isabella nodded, looking down at her bare feet. I could eat. Come, he said. There is a baker in the Campo San Barnaba. He makes panini with rosemary. They walked along the canal. The city was fully awake now. Merchants were shouting, unloading crates of vegetables. The smell of frying fish and brewing coffee hung in the air, rich, dark, expensive smells. Isabella walked beside him. She felt self-conscious in her simple blue dress and bare feet. But she noticed something strange. People were not looking at her. They were looking at him. They whispered as he passed. That is Rossi, the madman. He paid 3,000. For her? He is finished. Grimani has his designs. Isabella stiffened. She looked at Lorenzo. He kept his head high, staring straight ahead, ignoring the whispers as if they were merely buzzing flies. They reached the bakery. The smell of warm bread was overwhelming. Isabella felt saliva flood her mouth. Lorenzo stepped up to the counter. The baker, a large man with flour on his eyebrows, stopped wiping the counter. He looked at Lorenzo, then at Isabella. He smirked. "The architect," the baker said, his voice dripping with false politeness. "Or, should I say, the patron of the arts. What can I get for the man who spends fortunes?" "2 loaves," Lorenzo said quietly, "and a slice of cheese." "Ah, just 2 loaves," the baker teased. "Surely you want the sweet cakes, the almond tarts? A man of your means." "Just the bread," Lorenzo cut him off. "That will be 4 soldi." Lorenzo reached into his pocket. Isabella watched. She saw his hand fumble deep into the lining. He pulled out a few coins. They were copper, dull, brown copper. He counted them on the counter. 1, 2, 3. He searched again. He patted his other pocket. He checked the inside pocket. He found 1 more coin. 4. He pushed them across the wood. The baker swept the coins into his drawer with a dismissive clatter. He handed Lorenzo the bread wrapped in rough paper. He didn't say thank you. Lorenzo turned away. He handed the bread to Isabella. "Here," he said. "Where is yours?" she asked. "I am not hungry," he lied. Isabella froze. She looked at the bread in her hands. It was warm. It was life. But she looked at his face. He was pale. He hadn't eaten since yesterday morning. And then the terrible mathematics of the situation hit her. 3,000 ducats. He hadn't just spent his savings. He had spent everything. He had emptied his pockets down to the last copper soldo to buy her freedom. He wasn't a rich prince taking her to a castle. He was a beggar. Because of her. They walked to a quiet bench near a fountain. Lorenzo sat down. He watched the pigeons pecking at crumbs on the ground. Isabella sat next to him. She broke the loaf in half. "Eat," she commanded. "Isabella, Eat," she said, her voice trembling, "or I will throw it in the canal." Lorenzo looked at her. He saw the fierce determination in her eyes. He took the half loaf. They ate in silence. The bread was dry, but to Isabella, it tasted like ash. Every bite was a reminder of what he had lost. "You have no money left," she whispered. Lorenzo swallowed. He brushed a crumb from his lip. "I have enough for today. And tomorrow," she pressed. "Lorenzo, look at me. You have nothing. You're ruined. The people. They are laughing at you." "Let them laugh," Lorenzo said. "They are laughing at a man who is free of his burden." "I am the burden," she cried. "I am the heavy stone around your neck. You could have been the royal architect. You could have lived in a palace. Now you're eating dry bread with a slave." Lorenzo turned to her. He took her hand. His palm was rough, warm. "Isabella," he said intensely. "Do you think I wanted the palace? Do you think I wanted to build monuments for men like Valerio and Grimani? They are the slaves. They are slaves to their image, to their gold. I was choking in that world." He squeezed her hand. "Yes, my pockets are empty. But look." He opened his other hand, palm up to the sky. "My hands are open. I can hold things now. Real things." Isabella looked at his empty palm. It was calloused, scarred by tools. "We cannot stay in Venice," she said softly. The reality was settling in. "You are a joke to them. And I am a scandal. We cannot live here." Lorenzo nodded. "I know. The city is done with us. Where will we go?" "Naples," Lorenzo said. "I have a cousin there. He is a shipwright. He needs good carpenters. It is honest work, hard work, but it is far from the whispers." "Naples is far," Isabella said. "We need passage on a ship. A ticket costs money. And you?" She glanced at his pocket. "I have a plan," Lorenzo said. But his eyes shifted away. He was hiding something. He stood up. "Stay here," he said. "Do not move from this bench. I have one errand to run." "What errand?" "To get the tickets," he said. He turned and walked away. But he didn't walk toward the harbour. He walked toward the Rialto Bridge, the district of the pawn shops and the jewellers. Isabella watched him go. She saw him reach into his inner pocket and touch something. The watch. It was a silver pocket watch. His father's watch. The only heirloom he had left. The one thing he checked constantly, not to see the time, but to feel the connection to his past. He was going to sell it. Isabella sat on the bench. The bread turned to stone in her stomach. She looked at her own hands. They were empty. She had no jewellery, no silk, no gold. Wait. She touched her hair. When she was a child, her mother had woven a small, thin ribbon of gold into her hair for special occasions. It was gone long ago. But she had something else. She looked down at the hem of the blue dress. It was cheap wool, but underneath, she lifted the skirt slightly, tied around her ankle, hidden by the dirt and the bruising, was a thin, braided leather cord, and on it, a tiny, tarnished silver charm. A cross. It was nothing. A trinket, maybe worth 5 soldi, maybe enough for a loaf of bread. But it was hers. She stood up. She did not wait for Lorenzo. She ran, not after him, but down a side street, toward a rag merchant she'd seen earlier. If he was going to sell his past for their future, she would not sit idly by. She would sell her only possession too. She was not just a debt anymore. She was a partner. The shop of Signor Gatti was located in a crooked alley behind the Rialto, squeezed between a fishmonger and a tavern. It was a place where time went to die. Lorenzo stepped inside. A bell above the door jingled a tinny, mournful sound. The air within was stagnant, thick with the smell of dust, old velvet, and the metallic tang of unpolished silver. The walls were lined with shelves, and the shelves were crowded with the debris of misfortune. Silver candlesticks that had once graced noble tables, lutes with broken strings, silk fans with torn lace. Every object here was a tragedy, a silent witness to a family's collapse. But the loudest thing in the room was the sound. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Hundreds of clocks covered the back wall. Grandfather clocks, mantel clocks, carriage clocks. They ticked out of sync, creating a chaotic, anxious rhythm that gnawed at the nerves. Signor Gatti sat behind a high counter, protected by a brass grille. He was a man who looked like he had been assembled from spare parts. A long nose, mismatched eyes, and fingers that were constantly twitching, as if counting invisible coins. Architect, Gatti said. He didn't look up from the ledger he was writing in. You are in the wrong neighbourhood. The banks are across the bridge. I am not looking for a bank, Lorenzo said. He walked to the counter. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the watch. It was a beautiful thing. Heavy silver, warmed by the heat of his body. The casing was engraved with a scene of a ship navigating a storm. On the back, in worn script, were the initials A.R. Antonio Rossi, his father. Lorenzo held it for a moment. He ran his thumb over the engraving. This watch had measured the hours of his father's life. It had ticked through his childhood. It had marked the moment of his father's death. It was the last anchor. He placed it on the velvet pad on the counter. Clunk. Gatti stopped writing. He put down his quill. He picked up the watch. He took a jeweller's loop from his eye and screwed it into his socket. He pried the case open. Snap. Swiss movement, Gatti muttered. Escapement is a bit worn. The silver is tarnished. Keeps perfect time, Lorenzo said defensively. It has never lost a minute in 50 years. Time is cheap. Architect, Gatti said, snapping the case shut. Everyone has it, until they don't. He placed the watch on the scale. He added brass weights to the other side. 20 ducats, Gatti said. Lorenzo felt a coldness in his stomach. It is worth 50. Easily. In a shop on the piazza, perhaps? Gatti shrugged. Here, 20. Take it or leave it. Lorenzo looked at the watch. 20 ducats. It was robbery. It was an insult to his father's memory. But 20 ducats was 2 tickets to Naples. 20 ducats was bread for a week. 20 ducats was the difference between staying in this city of ghosts and escaping to a new life. He looked at a mirror hanging behind the counter. It was an old, spotted mirror, In it, he saw his reflection. He saw a man in a frayed coat, a man with hollow cheeks, a man who had sold his name, his talent, and now his history. But strangely, the man in the mirror did not look defeated. He looked light, unburdened. 20, Lorenzo said. Gatti opened a drawer. He counted out the coins. He pushed them across the counter. Lorenzo took the money. He didn't look back at the watch. He turned and walked out. The bell jingled. The door closed. He was an orphan now. Truly. Isabella ran. She didn't know the streets of this district well, but desperation was an excellent navigator. She found a small shop with a sign that read, "We buy gold and silver." She burst in, breathless. The shopkeeper, a woman with a face like a dried apple, looked up from her knitting. Isabella didn't waste time. She sat on a stool and pulled up the hem of her dress. Her fingers, still clumsy and shaking, fumbled with the knot of the leather cord around her ankle. It was tight. The leather had swollen with the water of the dungeon. She picked at it with her broken nails, tearing the skin, but she didn't feel the pain. Finally, it came loose. She held the charm in her hand. The silver cross was tiny, no bigger than a fingernail. It was blackened with age and dirt. She placed it on the counter. "How much?" Isabella asked, gasping for air. The woman picked it up. She rubbed the cross with her thumb, revealing a gleam of sterling silver underneath the grime. "It is small, child," the woman said kindly. "Barely a scrap." "It is silver," Isabella insisted. "Please, I need to buy fruit and cheese for a journey." The woman looked at Isabella. She saw the new blue dress that didn't quite fit. She saw the raw, red hands. She saw the hunger. 3 ducats, the woman said. It was generous. Too generous. Isabella nodded frantically. "Yes, thank you." The woman handed her 3 small coins. Isabella clutched them tight. She ran out. She stopped at a stall. She bought 3 yellow pears. She bought a wedge of sharp pecorino cheese. She bought a small flask of cheap wine. She had 2 ducats left. She ran back toward the Zattere. Lorenzo was sitting on the bench where she had left him. He was staring at the water, his hands resting on his knees. Isabella slowed down as she approached. She tried to catch her breath, to compose herself. She didn't want him to know she had been running. She sat down next to him. "You were gone a long time," she said. Lorenzo turned. He looked at her flushed face. "I had to negotiate," he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. They were stamped with the seal of the Royal Navy. "3rd class," he apologised. "Steerage. We will be with the cargo. It will be loud. It will be moving," Isabella said. "That is all that matters." She reached into the pockets of her dress. She pulled out the pears, the cheese, the wine. She laid them on the bench between them like a feast. Lorenzo looked at the food. He looked at her empty ankle. He had noticed the cord before. He noticed its absence now. "You sold your cross," he said softly. "It was just metal," Isabella said, echoing his own thoughts from the pawn shop. "Besides, I don't need to wear it anymore." "Why not?" "Because I am carrying it," she said, touching her chest. She opened her hand. She showed him the 2 remaining ducats. "I have money too," she said proudly. "It is not 3,000, but it is mine. And now, it is ours." Lorenzo looked at the 2 small coins in her palm. They were pitiful. They were nothing compared to what he had spent. But he felt a lump form in his throat. She hadn't asked him for money. She hadn't waited for him to provide. She had stripped herself of her last vanity to feed him. It was the first time in their relationship that the flow of giving went both ways. He reached out and covered her hand with his. "It is a fortune," Lorenzo whispered. A steam whistle blew in the distance. A heavy, mournful sound that signalled the arrival of the packet boat bound for Naples. Lorenzo stood up. He picked up the cheese and the wine. "Are you ready?" he asked. Isabella stood up. She looked back at the city of Venice one last time. She looked at the domes, the palaces, the places where she had danced and the places where she had rotted. She didn't feel sad. She felt light. "Yes," she said, "I am ready." They walked toward the dock. Two figures in worn clothes, holding nothing but cheap tickets and a few pieces of fruit. They had no luggage. They had no furniture. They had no reputation. They were the poorest people in Venice. And as they stepped onto the gangplank, leaving the solid ground for the swaying deck of the ship, they were also the only ones who were truly free. The ship was named the San Giuda, St. Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. It was a fitting name for a vessel carrying a cargo of timber, salted fish, and 200 souls seeking salvation in the south. Lorenzo and Isabella descended the steep wooden ladder into the steerage. The air below deck was a solid wall of sensory assault. It smelled of wet wool, garlic sausage, cheap tobacco, and the sharp vinegar tang of seasickness. The space was cavernous, lit only by swaying lanterns that cast long, nauseating shadows against the curved ribs of the hull. There were no cabins here. There were no beds. There were only rows of wooden benches bolted to the floor, and open spaces where families spread blankets on the sawdust-covered planks. "Stay close to me," Lorenzo murmured. Isabella gripped the back of his coat. She felt small. The noise was deafening, babies crying, men arguing over cards, chickens clucking in wicker crates. It was a floating city of the desperate. Lorenzo scanned the hold. The benches were packed. A group of rough-looking sailors were playing dice in the corner, laughing raucously. A family with 6 children occupied the centre, surrounded by bundles of bedding. "There," Lorenzo pointed. He found a small spot near the hull, tucked behind a stack of crates labelled olive oil. It was cramped, but it offered a semblance of privacy, shielded on 3 sides. Lorenzo took off his coat and spread it on the floor. "Sit," he said. Isabella sat. The wood vibrated beneath her. She could hear the water rushing against the timber just inches from her ear. Whoosh, slap, whoosh. It was a terrifying reminder of how thin the barrier was between them and the deep. Lorenzo sat down next to her. He sat on the bare wood, leaving the coat entirely for her. He drew his knees up, creating a physical barrier between Isabella and the rest of the ship. "We are moving," Isabella whispered. She felt the lurch in her stomach as the ship caught the current of the lagoon. "Yes," Lorenzo said. "We are leaving the past behind. Every wave takes us further from Valerio." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the food they had bought. The 3 yellow pears, the wedge of pecorino cheese, a small flask of wine. He took out his penknife, the same one he had whittled with the night before. He wiped the blade on his trouser leg. He cut a slice of pear. He handed it to her on the blade of the knife. Isabella took it. It was bruised, slightly warm from his pocket. But when she bit into it, the juice was sweet, exploding in her mouth like liquid sunlight. "It is good," she said, savouring the taste. "It is the best pear in Italy." Lorenzo smiled. It was a tired smile, but genuine. He cut a piece of cheese. He poured a small amount of wine into the cap of the flask and passed it to her. They ate in silence, huddled together in the dim light. Around them, the chaos of the steerage continued. A fight broke out over a spilled drink. A woman began to sing a lullaby in a dialect Isabella didn't understand. But in their little corner behind the crates, there was a strange, hushed intimacy. Isabella watched Lorenzo eat. He ate slowly, deliberately. He looked like a king dining in a great hall, not a pauper on a floor. "You gave me the coat," she said suddenly. Lorenzo looked up. "The floor is cold. You are cold too. I am made of stone, remember?" he teased gently. "Stone does not feel the cold." Isabella reached out. She touched his arm, through his thin shirt. His skin was cool. He was shivering just a little. She didn't say anything, because she simply moved. She shifted on the coat, sliding closer to him until their shoulders touched. She leaned her head against his shoulder. Lorenzo froze for a second. He was used to protecting her from a distance. He was used to the grate, the auction block, the door. He was not used to this voluntary closeness. He relaxed. He let his body support her weight. "Isabella," he whispered into her hair. "Are you afraid? Of the ship?" "No," she paused. "I am afraid of Naples. I don't know how to be a carpenter's wife. I don't know how to scrub floors or cook stew. I only know how to choose ribbons." Lorenzo chuckled. The sound vibrated in his chest, humming against her cheek. "We will learn," he said. "I will teach you how to sand wood. You have good hands for it, delicate but strong. And you can teach me." "Teach you what? I know nothing useful." "You can teach me how to see the colours in the cathedral," Lorenzo said. "You saw the sunset when I saw only refraction. You saw the life when I saw only structure. I need that. Isabella, a house needs walls, yes, but it needs windows too." Isabella closed her eyes. The ship rolled gently, pitch and yaw. She thought of the unsigned cathedral. He had sold the design, but he was building something else now. He was building a life with her, brick by invisible brick. "Lorenzo?" "Yes?" "The drawing, the one you sold to Grimani, was it beautiful?" Lorenzo looked at the lantern swinging above them. He saw the lines of the dome in his mind's eye. "It was perfect," he admitted. "It was the best thing I ever made." "Does it hurt?" she asked. "That he will put his name on it?" Lorenzo was silent for a long time. The ship groaned, the timbers flexing under the strain of the sea. "It hurt yesterday," he said finally. "When I walked out of his palace, I felt like I'd cut off my own hand. But tonight..." He looked down at her. He looked at the way her hair fell across her forehead. He looked at the peace in her face, a face that 2 days ago had been twisted in terror behind iron bars. "Tonight, I look at you," Lorenzo said, "and I realised that the cathedral was just a building. It would have stood for 500 years, and then it would have fallen. Stone crumbles. Even marble turns to dust." He reached out and brushed a stray lock of hair from her face. "But a soul, Isabella, a soul lasts forever. To save a stone is vanity. To save a soul is architecture." Isabella felt a tear slide down her nose, and she didn't wipe it away. "You're not boring, Lorenzo," she whispered. "You are deep, like the sea." The hours passed. The noise in the steerage died down as their exhaustion claimed the travellers. The card players fell asleep over their dice. The crying babies were hushed. The lantern burned low, casting a warm amber glow over the sleeping cargo. Isabella felt her eyelids growing heavy. The rhythm of the ship was lulling her. "Sleep," Lorenzo whispered. "I am here." "You must sleep too," she murmured. "I will." Isabella drifted off. Her last sensation was the warmth of his shoulder and the smell of cedar wood. Lorenzo stayed awake a little longer. He watched the shadows dance. He felt the weight of her head on his shoulder, a burden he would gladly carry for 1,000 miles. He reached into his pocket and touched the empty space where his watch used to be. He didn't know the time. It didn't matter. He looked at Isabella's sleeping face. This was his masterpiece. Not the dome, not the arches. This, the ship of fools, they called these vessels. Ships full of dreamers and failures running away from their mistakes. Maybe they were fools. He had traded a fortune for a ruin. She had traded her pride for a pauper. But as the San Juda cut through the dark waters of the Adriatic, carrying them toward the new morning, Lorenzo di Rossi felt like the wisest man in the world. He leaned his head back against the crate of olive oil. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in years, the architect slept without dreaming of falling. The dream ended not with a whisper, but with a scream of timber. Isabella woke up in pitch darkness. The comforting weight of Lorenzo's shoulder was gone, replaced by a violent, jarring motion that threw her sideways. She slammed into the wooden crates of olive oil. Crack, groan, boom. The ship was no longer floating, it was falling. It felt as if the ocean floor had simply vanished, and the San Juda was plunging into an abyss. "Lorenzo!" She screamed, her voice swallowed by the deafening roar of the wind outside and the cacophony of terror inside the hold. The steerage was chaos. The lanterns had been extinguished or smashed, leaving 200 people in a suffocating blackness. Babies were wailing. Men were shouting prayers and curses. Trunks and barrels, untethered by the violence of the roll, slid across the floor like battering rams, crushing toes and shins. "I am here," a voice said, right beside her ear, solid, calm. A hand gripped her arm. Not a frantic grip, but a clamp of iron. Lorenzo pulled her back from the edge of the open space, wedging her body between his own and the heavy crates that were bolted to the hull. "It is a squall," Lorenzo said. He had to shout to be heard over the groaning of the ship's ribs. "A summer storm. It is loud, but it will pass." "We are sinking," Isabella cried. She could feel the floor tilting steeper, until it felt like they were standing on a wall. "We are going to die!" The air in the hold had turned sour, thick with the smell of vomit and bilge water. The sensory overload was triggering a primal panic in Isabella. It brought her back to the cell in Venice, the rising water, the rats, the helplessness. "It is me," her mind whispered, a cold snake of guilt coiling around her heart. "I am the curse. I survived the debt, so now the sea has come to collect. God is finishing the work." Another wave hit the ship. A massive, shuddering impact that vibrated through the planks and into her bones. The San Juda groaned in agony, the wood screeching like a dying animal. "The hull will break," she sobbed, burying her face in Lorenzo's coat. "It cannot hold!" Lorenzo wrapped his arms around her. He pressed her head against his chest, shielding her ears from the worst of the sound. "Listen to me," he commanded. His voice vibrated through his sternum into her cheek. "The wood is not screaming, Isabella. It is singing." "What?" She looked up, unable to see his face in the dark, nerves but feeling the steady rhythm of his breathing. "It is oak," Lorenzo said. He spoke with the clinical precision of an architect, as if he were standing in a lecture hall and not inside a washing machine. "The ribs are seasoned oak. The planks are pine. They are designed to flex. If they were rigid, they would snap. But they are moving. They are breathing with the sea." He held her tighter as the ship rolled violently to the port side. "Trust the builder," he whispered. "The structure holds because it yields." Isabella tried to focus on his words, but the fear was a physical thing clawing at her throat. She was hyperventilating. Short, gasping breaths that made her head spin. I can't breathe." "Yes, you can," Lorenzo said. He shifted his position. He moved his legs, wrapping them around hers, pinning her trembling body to the floor. He placed one hand on the back of her head and the other flat against her racing heart. "Breathe with me," he ordered. "In, 2, 3, out, 2, 3. He forced his own breathing to be slow, deep, exaggerated. He became a human metronome in the midst of the chaos. Isabella struggled. Her instinct was to panic, to thrash, but Lorenzo was immovable. He was the heavy stone he had always claimed to be. "In," he whispered. "Out." Slowly, agonizingly, her lungs obeyed. She matched his rhythm. She clung to the lapels of his coat as if they were the only solid things in the universe. A crate somewhere in the dark smashed open. Glass shattered. The smell of vinegar cut through the stench. "It is my fault," Isabella choked out between breaths. "I am the Jonah. I brought this storm." Lorenzo's hand moved from her heart to her cheek. His thumb brushed away the tears. "Stop it," he said sternly. "That is Valerio's voice talking. You are not cursed. You are just in a boat in the middle of the Adriatic. It rains on the just and the unjust, Isabella." "But I am the unjust." "We're all unjust," Lorenzo said. "That is why we need the boat." The ship listed again, hanging at a precarious angle for what felt like an eternity. Gravity pulled at them. Isabella felt herself sliding, but Lorenzo's grip didn't waver. He was her anchor. He dug his boots into the strut of the hull and held her fast. For an hour, the world was nothing but noise and motion. Lorenzo didn't speak again. He just held her. He absorbed her, shaking into his own body. He became the wall that kept the terror out. Isabella closed her eyes. She stopped fighting the motion of the ship. She let herself go limp in his arms. If we die, she thought, a strange calm settling over her. At least I'm not cold. At least I'm not alone. She realised then that she didn't fear death as much as she feared separation. The hell of the dungeon had been the isolation. This was different. Even in the dark, even in the danger, she was held. "You have me," Lorenzo whispered, as if reading her mind. "I am not letting go." Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the violence began to ebb. The rolls became less sharp. The groaning of the timbers quieted to a dull creak. The wind, which had been a shriek, softened to a moan. The storm was passing. The tension in the hold broke. People began to weep. Soft, relieved sobbing. Someone struck a flint. A spark, sirs. Then a flame. A single lantern was lit near the stairs. The pale yellow light revealed the carnage. Overturned crates, spilled luggage, pale faces slick with sweat and sickness. But the ship was whole. The structure had held. Isabella lifted her head. She looked at Lorenzo. He looked terrible. His face was grey, his hair plastered to his forehead. He was exhausted. Holding her and bracing against the ship for hours had drained him physically. But his eyes were clear. "The structure holds," he repeated softly, a small, tired smile touching his lips. Isabella sat up. She realised her fingernails had dug into his arms, probably bruising him. She loosened her grip, but she didn't pull away. She looked at the wooden ribs of the ship, the curved beams that had protected them from the crushing weight of the water. "You were right," she whispered. "It yielded. That is the secret of strength, though," Lorenzo said, leaning his head back against the crate, closing his eyes. "To survive, you must know how to bend without breaking." Isabella looked at him. She saw the man who had bent his pride to buy her, the man who had bent his ambition to save her. He was the strongest man she had ever known, not because he was rigid, but because he was humble. She reached out and took his hand, the hand of the architect. "You are my keel, Lorenzo," she said. Lorenzo opened one eye. "Your keel?" "The thing at the bottom," she said, using the little nautical knowledge she'd picked up from her father. "The heavy weight that keeps the ship from flipping over. That is you." Lorenzo squeezed her hand. "And you are the sail. Isabella," he murmured, sleep finally overtaking him. "I just keep us upright. You are the one who will catch the wind." He fell asleep sitting up, his head dropping forward. Isabella didn't sleep. She sat there in the dim light of the single lantern, watching over him. She watched his chest rise and fall, slow, steady, architectural. The storm had washed away the last of her vanity. She didn't care about her matted hair or her dirty dress. She felt a fierce, burning gratitude. She was alive. She was free. And she was loved by the keel. She picked up the corner of the coat that had slipped off her shoulders and draped it over him. It was her turn to watch the gate. The San Juda sailed on, battered but unbroken, cutting a path through the calming sea toward the south. Naples did not whisper, it screamed. If Venice was a dying aristocrat draped in velvet and mist, Naples was a brawl in a marketplace, sweaty, loud, vulgar, and bursting with an aggressive, undeniable life. The San Juda limped into the harbour under the shadow of Vesuvius. The volcano loomed over the city like a sleeping giant, a plume of white smoke drifting lazily from its summit, a constant reminder that the ground here was as temperamental as the sea. Lorenzo and Isabella stood at the rail of the steerage deck. They were battered, their clothes stiff with salt spray, their faces gaunt from the journey. They looked like refugees, which, in truth, they were. "It is right," Isabella whispered, squinting against the glare. The sun here was not the pale, filtered light of the north. It was a heavy, golden hammer that struck the stucco walls of the buildings, making the yellow and ochre paint blaze. The water of the bay was a shocking, deep turquoise. "It is the south," Lorenzo said. He took a deep breath. The air smelled of sulphur, lemons, rotting fish, and drying laundry. "It is a place for beginnings." The gangplank was lowered. A swarm of porters, beggars, and merchants descended upon the ship like ants on a dropped crust of bread. "Come," Lorenzo said. He took her hand. His grip was the only map she had. They descended into the chaos. They were instantly swallowed by the crowd. The noise was deafening. Men shouted in a dialect that was fast and rhythmic, sounding more like singing than speaking. Carts rattled over lava-stone pavement. Street urchins, the infamous laceroni, darted between legs, stealing apples and dodging blows. Isabella shrank against Lorenzo. In Venice, even the crowds moved with a certain fluid grace. Here, humanity was a contact sport. "Keep your head up," Lorenzo murmured near her ear. "Do not look like a victim. Look like you belong." Isabella straightened her spine. She was wearing a peasant's dress. Yes, her hair was tied back with a piece of twine. But she remembered the iron lily. She forced her chin up. She walked through the press of bodies with the ghostly posture of a noblewoman. They left the harbour and entered the maze of the Spaccanapoli, the street that split the city in two. Laundry hung like banners from every balcony, flapping in the breeze, sheets, shirts, undergarments, a public display of private lives. Women lowered baskets and ropes from fourth-story windows to buy vegetables from vendors below, shouting negotiations that echoed off the canyon walls of the tenements. Isabella felt a sensory overload. The colours were too bright, the smells too strong. It was terrifying. And yet, it was exhilarating. There was no pretense here. No masks, no carnivals hiding rot. Everything was out in the open. The poverty, the joy, the anger, the food. It was raw. "Where are we going?" she asked, stepping over a puddle of questionable origin. "To the Porta Capuana," Lorenzo said. "My cousin's workshop is near the old walls." They walked for an hour. The heat rose, baking the stones. Lorenzo didn't stop. He walked with a purpose, though Isabella noticed he kept checking the street names, his architect's eye reading the geometry of the city to find his way. Finally, the crush of the city centre gave way to the industrial rhythm of the outskirts. The smell of cooking fires was replaced by the scent of sawdust, pine resin, and hot tar. They reached a large, open-air yard cluttered with the skeletons of boats. There were fishing skiffs turned upside down, their hulls being scraped. There were stacks of seasoning timber, oak, cypress, cedar, and there was the sound of saws, the rhythmic shh of metal biting into wood. Lorenzo stopped at the gate. A man was working on the keel of a small gozzo boat. He was shirtless, his skin tanned to the colour of mahogany, his muscles roped and scarred from years of labour. He had a thick beard that was coated in wood dust. Lorenzo whistled, a sharp, two-note call. The man stopped sawing. He looked up, shielding his eyes against the sun. He squinted at the dusty, dishevelled figure at the gate. Then, his face split into a wide, gap-toothed grin. "Lorenzo!" the man bellowed. His voice was a booming bass that scattered the pigeons. "By the blood of San Gennaro, is that you?" He dropped the saw and ran over, wiping his hands on his trousers. He didn't offer a polite bow. He grabbed Lorenzo in a bear hug that lifted the architect off his feet. "Matteo," Lorenzo wheezed, patting his cousin's back. "You will break my ribs. Again." Matteo set him down and held him at arm's length. He looked at Lorenzo's frayed coat. He looked at the hollows in his cheeks. He looked at the empty pockets. The smile faded slightly, replaced by a shrewd, knowing look. Matteo was a simple man, but he understood the language of misfortune. "You look like you wrestled a storm and lost," Matteo said. "We wrestled a storm," Lorenzo corrected, "but we won. We are here." Matteo looked past Lorenzo's shoulder. He saw Isabella. She was standing a few paces back, clutching her elbows. She felt exposed under the big man's scrutiny. She was Isabella Rossi, daughter of a merchant prince. But here, covered in dust, with no jewellery and no name, she was nobody. "And who is this?" Matteo asked, his voice softening. "Did you steal an angel from a fresco?" "This is Isabella," Lorenzo said. He didn't say, "my wife." He didn't say, "my servant." He simply said, "She is with me. She is my partner." Isabella stepped forward. She remembered what Lorenzo had said on the ship. "The structure holds because it yields," she curtsied. Not the deep, courtly curtsy of a ballroom, but a simple, respectful dip of the head. "I am pleased to meet you, Signor Matteo," she said. Her voice was steady. Matteo looked at her hands. He saw the redness, the healing blisters from the laundry work in the prison. He nodded, satisfied. "Hands that have worked," Matteo noted approvingly. "Good. We have no use for porcelain dolls here. Naples eats dolls for breakfast." He turned back to Lorenzo. "You need work?" Matteo asked bluntly. "I need work," Lorenzo confirmed. "I have no money. I have no tools. I sold my compass. I sold my watch." "But you have your eyes." "Yes." "And you know how to draft a curve so a boat doesn't tip over?" "I think I remember." "Good." Matteo clapped him on the shoulder. "I have a commission for 3 fishing boats, and I'm tired of drawing lines in the dirt with a stick. You can start tomorrow." "Thank you, Matteo." "Don't thank me. You will work like a mule, and the pay is terrible." Matteo laughed. "But the wine is cheap, and the roof doesn't leak." "Much." He gestured to a small wooden structure at the back of the yard. It was a lean-to shed, built against the stone wall of the neighbouring tannery. It had a door, a window, and a chimney. "It was the storage room for the sails," Matteo said. "It smells of canvas and tar. But it is dry. You can stay there until you get on your feet." Lorenzo looked at the shed. It was a hovel compared to his workshop in Venice. It was a kennel compared to Isabella's palace. But it was solid, and it was theirs. "It is perfect," Lorenzo said. He turned to Isabella. He held out his hand. "Welcome home, Isabella." Isabella looked at the shed. She looked at the dusty yard. She looked at the mountain smoking in the distance. This was her life now. She was the wife of boat builder's assistant. She was a nobody in a city of millions. She took Lorenzo's hand. "It is perfect," she lied. But as she said it, she realised it wasn't entirely a lie. The perfection wasn't in the building. It was in the fact that the door had a lock, and the only person who had the key was the man holding her hand. They walked across the yard, their boots crunching on the sawdust. Above them, the sun of Naples blazed down, burning away the last of the Venetian fog. The shadows were sharp, the lines were clear. The architect and the ruin had found their building site. The first week in Naples was a lesson in humility taught by inanimate objects. For Isabella, the enemy was the fire. In the palace on the Grand Canal, fire had been a magical element. It appeared in the hearth when she felt a chill. It glowed in the candelabras when the sun set. She had never considered how it got there. She assumed it was simply the nature of fire to serve her. Here, in the lean-to shed behind Matteo's boatyard, the fire was a recalcitrant beast. It was late afternoon. The heat of the Neapolitan sun had turned the shed into a kiln. The air was thick with the resinous scent of the pine planks stored in the rafters and the sharp, stinging smoke of the charcoal brazier. Isabella was on her knees, blowing frantically into the embers. Her face was streaked with soot. Her eyes were watering. "Catch!" she commanded the charcoal. "Please, just catch." The ember glowed spitefully for a second, then died into grey ash. Isabella sat back on her heels. She wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a black smear across her brow. She looked at the ingredients on the makeshift table: 3 onions, a bundle of wilted carrots, and a small fish Matteo had given them from the morning catch. It was supposed to be a stew. Zuppa di pesce. She had watched the cook make it 1,000 times. It looked easy. Chop, sizzle, simmer. But she had already cut her thumb on the rusty paring knife. The onions were chopped into uneven, jagged chunks. And the fire refused to live. "I am useless," she whispered. The old voice of accusation crept back in. "You cannot even boil water. You are a decoration, Isabella, and decorations are in the way in a workshop." She looked at the sawdust on the floor. It covered everything. It was in her hair, in her shoes, in the folds of her dress. Matteo called it gold dust, but to her, it felt like grit. She grabbed the straw fan and attacked the brazier again. She channeled all her frustration, all her fear of the strange city, all her shame into the motion of her wrist. Fan, fan, fan. A spark jumped, a flame licked up, catching the dry twig she had used for kindling. Smoke billowed out, thick and white. Isabella coughed, waving her hands. But the fire held. She placed the dented copper pot on the grate. She threw in the oil, too much, then the onions, too wet. Hiss, splatter. Hot oil jumped out, stinging her arm. She yelped, but didn't pull back. She stirred furiously with a wooden spoon. "Cook," she ordered the onions. "Turn gold, don't burn, please don't burn." 50 yards away, in the main yard, Lorenzo was fighting his own battle. His enemy was the adze. It was a curved tool, like an axe with the blade turned sideways, used for smoothing the rough timber of the boat's ribs. It required a specific rhythm, a swing of the shoulder, a snap of the wrist. Lorenzo's shoulders were screaming. No, cousin," Matteo's voice boomed across the yard. "You're hacking at it like you're killing a snake. Caress it. Use the weight of the iron, not the strength of your arm." Lorenzo stopped. He leaned on the handle of the tool, gasping for breath. His shirt was soaked through with sweat, clinging to his back like a second skin. His hands, once calloused only by the friction of a quill pen, were now raw. A large blister on his palm had burst, stinging sharply against the wood. He looked at the timber. It was jagged, uneven. He had spent an hour on one beam, and it looked like a beaver had chewed it. "I am an architect," Lorenzo muttered to himself, wiping sweat from his eyes. "I calculate loads for domes. I understand vectors. Vectors don't float boats." "Lorenzo!" Matteo laughed, walking over. He took the adze from Lorenzo's hand. "Watch," Matteo said. The big man swung. Thwack, slice. A perfect curl of wood shaved off, smooth as a ribbon. Thwack, slice. "The wood wants to be a boat," Matteo said. "You just have to help it realize its dream. Don't force it. Listen to the grain." Lorenzo watched. He felt a flash of humiliation. He was the educated one. He read Latin. Matteo could barely write his name. Yet here, Lorenzo was the apprentice, the clumsy child. He took the tool back. "Again," Lorenzo said. He swung. Thwack. Better. Not perfect, but the wood didn't splinter. "Again," Matteo commanded. Lorenzo worked until the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in bruises of purple and orange. His muscles trembled. His back felt locked in a permanent stoop. "Enough," Matteo said finally. "Go home to your angel. She's probably wondering if you fell into the bay." Lorenzo nodded. He walked to the water barrel and splashed his face. He tried to wash the grime off his hands, but the tar and dust were ingrained in the lines of his palms. He walked across the yard to the shed. He saw the thin trail of smoke rising from the chimney. He stopped at the door. He felt a sudden anxiety. What would he find inside? A weeping girl, a demand to go back to Venice? It was a hard life. Too hard, perhaps, for a lily. He opened the door. The smell hit him first. Burnt onions. And something else. Metallic. Like scorched fish. Isabella was standing by the brazier. She turned as he entered. Lorenzo stopped. She looked. Wild. Her face was smudged with soot. Her hair had escaped its tie and was frizzing in the heat. She was holding a wooden spoon like a weapon, and on the table, a plank of wood resting on two barrels, sat 2 bowls of something that looked suspiciously like grey sludge. Isabella looked at him. She looked at his exhausted slump, his bleeding hands. She looked at the bowls. "I burned it," she said. Her voice was flat, tight. Lorenzo stepped inside and closed the door. The shed was stiflingly hot. "The onions," she explained rapidly, her voice rising in pitch. "They were wet, they sizzled, and then black, instantly black. And the fish, it stuck to the pot. I tried to scrape it off, but it fell apart. It is bone soup. Lorenzo, it is charcoal and bone soup." She dropped the spoon. Her shoulders shook. "I ruined the food. We have no money for more. I ruined it." Lorenzo walked over to her. His boots crunched on the sawdust floor. He looked into the pot. It was indeed a disaster. He looked at Isabella. She was waiting for the criticism. She was bracing for the sigh of disappointment. Lorenzo reached out and took her hand, the one with the cut thumb. He lifted it to his lips. He kissed the soot-stained knuckle. "It smells..." Lorenzo paused, sniffing the air theatrically. "Like effort." Isabella blinked. "It smells like burning." "Same thing," Lorenzo smiled. "Construction is messy. Isabella, you should have seen my first drawings. I drew a tower that leaned so far to the left it looked like it was drunk." He picked up a bowl. He took a spoon. He tasted the sludge. It was bitter, crunchy with carbon, gritty with bone. He swallowed it. "It is hot," he said. "And it is here, and you made it." "It is terrible," she whispered. "It is the best meal I have had in Naples," he said firmly. He pulled up a small crate for her to sit on. He sat on a barrel. "Eat," he said. "We need the strength. Tomorrow I'll bring you better wood, dry wood. It burns cleaner." Isabella sat down. She took a tentative spoonful. She grimaced. "I promise," she said, chewing the burnt onion. "I will learn. I will watch the women in the market. Next time it will be golden." "I know," Lorenzo said. They ate the ruinous meal in the dim light of the lantern. "Matteo says I hold the axe like I'm killing a snake," Lorenzo admitted suddenly. Isabella giggled. It was a rusty sound, but it was there. "And I fan the fire like I'm trying to blow down a house," she confessed. They looked at each other. The soot-faced girl and the blistered architect. 2 failures in a shed. And then they started to laugh. It started as a chuckle in Lorenzo's chest. Then Isabella snorted, and suddenly they were laughing uncontrollably. They laughed until tears ran down their dusty cheeks, making clean tracks in the grime. They laughed at the burnt fish, at the lumpy bed, at the terrifying cousin Matteo, at the sheer, utter absurdity of their fall. "We are ridiculous," Isabella gasped, wiping her eyes. "We are alive," Lorenzo corrected. He reached across the makeshift table and took her hand. His palm was rougher than the wood of the table. Her palm was scarred and burned. When their hands met, it felt like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. Friction, heat, reality. "I will build us a table," Lorenzo said, looking around the empty shed. "A real one, walnut, smooth as glass. I will carve vines on the legs. And I will cook a ragu," Isabella promised. "Red as rubies, slow cooked for 6 hours. Deal." They finished the soup. Every drop. That night, they slept on the mattress filled with straw. It rustled every time they moved. The air smelled of pine and failure. But as Isabella drifted off, listening to the crickets singing in the boatyard, she realised something. The sawdust on the floor didn't feel like grit anymore. In the moonlight filtering through the cracks in the wall, it glittered. Matteo was right. It was gold dust. It was the dust of creation. And they were just getting started. Autumn arrived in Naples not with falling leaves, but with the smell of crushed grapes. The vendemmia, the grape harvest, was in full swing. The air in the boatyard was thick with the scent of fermenting must from the neighbouring vineyards, mingling with the perennial odours of tar and sawdust. Lorenzo stood by the hull of the second fishing boat. He was no longer the clumsy apprentice who hacked at snakes. His movements were fluid, economical. He ran a plane along the gunnel, watching the shaving curl up like a golden ribbon. His arms were browner now, roped with muscle. The architect's pallor was gone, replaced by the bronze of a man who lived under the sun. "Post!" Matteo's voice boomed from the gate. The big cousin walked in, wiping his hands on a rag. He was carrying a small bundle wrapped in oilcloth. "A merchant brig just docked from Venice," Matteo said, tossing the bundle to Lorenzo. "The captain is an old friend." "He brought news." "And tobacco." Lorenzo caught the bundle. He felt a sudden cold prickle at the base of his neck. Venice. The name alone was enough to make his heart stumble. For 6 months, they had lived in a bubble of anonymity. They never spoke of the canals. They never spoke of the auction. They pretended the world ended at the borders of Naples. "What is it?" Lorenzo asked, not moving to open it. "A gazette," Matteo shrugged, taking a pinch of tobacco. "And a letter for me about the price of timber." "But the gazette?" "The captain said everyone in the north is talking about it. Some big miracle." Matteo walked away to check the kiln, leaving Lorenzo alone with the package. Lorenzo sat down on a sawhorse. He untied the oilcloth. Inside was a printed broadsheet, the Gazzetta Veneta. The paper was coarse, the ink smelling of lampblack. On the front page, taking up half the space, was a woodcut illustration. Lorenzo stopped breathing. It was a dome. Even in the crude, blocky lines of the woodcut, he recognized it. The curve of the double shell, the lantern crowning the top like a jewel. The soaring buttresses that defied gravity. It was his dome, the one he'd drawn in the silence of his workshop, the one he had dreamed of for 5 years. He read the headline. The letters were large, bold, and screaming with triumph. "The miracle of San Marco, the dome is complete." His eyes scanned the text below, hungry and terrified at the same time. Yesterday, amidst the ringing of every bell in the Serene Republic, the scaffolding was finally removed from the new basilica extension. The citizens wept at the beauty of the structure, which floats above the city like the crown of heaven itself. Lorenzo's hand shook. The paper rattled. It was built. It was real. It wasn't just lines on parchment anymore. It was stone and mortar standing against the sky. He read on, searching for a whisper, a hint. The Doge presided over the dedication, bestowing the Order of the Golden Lion upon the genius who conceived this marvel. The royal architect, Pietro Grimani, was hailed as the new Michelangelo of the age. Lorenzo felt a physical blow to his chest. He gasped, dropping the paper onto the sawdust. Grimani. He knew it would happen. He'd signed the contract. He'd sold the name. But knowing it and seeing it were two different things. To see Grimani, that thief, that hack, that man who ate pomegranates while destroying lives, praised as a genius. To see the world bowing down to a lie, it was a bitter poison. Lorenzo looked at his hands. They were covered in wood dust. They were the hands of a boat builder. No one would ever know that these hands had conceived the crown of heaven. He felt a sudden, violent urge to scream. To run into the street and shout, "It is mine! I drew the curves! I calculated the stress! He's a fraud!" But who would believe him? The dusty labourer in a Neapolitan shed. They would laugh. They would say the sun had addled his brain. "Lorenzo?" The voice was soft. He looked up. Isabella was standing in the doorway of the shed. She was wiping a bowl with a cloth. She wore an apron stained with tomato sauce. Her hair was loose, blowing in the breeze. She saw his face. The colour had drained from it. She dropped the bowl and the cloth. She ran to him. "What is it?" she asked, kneeling in the sawdust. "Is it Valerio? Did he find us?" Lorenzo couldn't speak. He simply pointed to the paper on the ground. Isabella picked it up. She looked at the woodcut. She recognised the dome immediately. She'd seen the sketches pinned to the walls of his old workshop 1,000 times. She read the text. Her eyes narrowed. Her lips pressed into a thin white line. "Grimani?" She spat the name. "That pig!" She looked up at Lorenzo. His head was bowed, his hands gripping his knees so hard his knuckles were white. He looked defeated. He looked like the day he'd sold his watch. Only this time, he had sold his soul. "They are cheering for a thief," Lorenzo whispered. "The whole city. They are calling him divine." Isabella crushed the paper in her hands. "Let them cheer," she said fiercely. "They are cheering for a ghost. Grimani knows. Every time he looks at that dome, he knows he is a fraud. He will never sleep soundly under it. But my name," Lorenzo's voice cracked, "my name is gone. Isabella, erased. In 100 years, history books will say Grimani built it. I will be nothing." Isabella stood up. She pulled him up from the sawhorse. She grabbed his face in her hands, as forcing him to look at her. "Look at me. Architect," she commanded. He looked into her eyes. They were not the fearful eyes of the girl in the cell. They were blazing with a fierce, protective love. "Is that dome keeping you warm at night?" she asked. "No?" "Does that dome hold your hand when you have a nightmare?" "No." "Did that dome sell its gold to buy your freedom?" Lorenzo blinked. "No." "Then let Grimani have the cold stone," she cried. "Let him have the glory. It is hollow, Lorenzo. It is just air and vanity. You built something better." "What did I build?" he asked, his voice trembling as in "I build fishing boats." "You built us," Isabella said. She took his hand and placed it on her chest, right over her heart. He could feel the steady, strong rhythm of her life. "This is your cathedral," she whispered. "This heart. It was a ruin. It was full of rats and water. And you laid the foundation again. You put up the walls. You let the light in." She stepped closer, pressing her body against his. "Grimani has a building where people go to pray on Sundays," she said. "But you have a living temple. I am your work, Lorenzo. And I am signed. Look." She traced the lines of his face with her fingers. "Every time you look at me, you see your work. Every time I smile, it is because of you. Every time I breathe without fear, it is your design." Lorenzo stared at her. The words washed over him, cooling the burn of his pride. She was right. The dome in Venice was static. It would sit there, collecting pigeon droppings and soot, unchanging until it fell. But Isabella, she was alive. She was growing. She was changing. She was an eternal work. He looked at the crumpled paper in her hand, the miracle of Venice. He looked at the woman in front of him, the miracle of Naples. He took the paper from her. "You are right," he said softly. He walked over to the charcoal brazier where Isabella had been cooking lunch. The coals were glowing red. He held the paper over the heat. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Sending a message to the north," he said. He dropped the Gazette onto the coals. The paper curled. The ink darkened. The face of the dome turned black, then burst into yellow flame. They watched it burn. It burned quickly, turning into delicate grey ash that floated up the chimney and disappeared into the Neapolitan sky. "It is done," Lorenzo said. "Let Grimani have the stone. I have the fire." He turned back to Isabella. He put his arms around her waist, pulling her close. He buried his face in her neck, smelling the tomatoes and the lavender soap. "I am a boat builder," he declared, his voice muffled against her skin. "You are the best boat builder in the world," she whispered back, stroking his hair. Outside, Matteo shouted something about a delivery of nails. The world of work was calling, the world of sweat and sawdust. Lorenzo pulled away. He kissed her forehead. It was a kiss of peace. He walked back to the boat. He picked up the plane. Shh, shh. The sound of the tool against the wood was rhythmic, soothing. It was the sound of an honest life. The unsigned cathedral stood in Venice, a monument to a lie. But in a shed in Naples, the true architect was at work, building a kingdom that no history book would ever record, but which would last forever. It was the eve of All Saints' Day. The air in Naples had lost its oppressive humidity, replaced by a crisp breeze coming off the Tyrrhenian Sea. In the lean-to shed behind the boatyard, the atmosphere had changed. It was no longer a temporary shelter for refugees, it was a home. Isabella stood by the stove. It was a new stove, cast iron, sturdy, bought with the savings from 3 launched fishing boats. On the burner, a heavy clay pot simmered. Bloop, bloop, the sound was thick and lazy. The ragout inside had been whispering to itself for 6 hours. It was a deep, dark red, the colour of old bricks and crushed velvet. The scent of pork shoulder, tomatoes, basil, and red wine had colonised every inch of the room, chasing away the ghosts of tar and mildew. Isabella tasted it. She closed her eyes. It was rich, complex, savoury. It tasted nothing like the burnt onion disaster of their first week. It tasted like patience. She wiped the wooden spoon. She looked at the door. Lorenzo was late. He had been disappearing after work for the past month. Every evening when the bell of the shipyard rang, he would tell her he had extra duties in the back shed. He would come home with sawdust in his eyebrows, darker dust than the usual pine. Isabella worried, briefly. But then she would look at his hands. They were covered in walnut stain, not perfume. He was not cheating. He was creating. Suddenly, a heavy thud shook the door. Thump. "Isabella, open the door!" Lorenzo's voice was strained, breathless. Isabella wiped her hands on her apron and rushed to the latch. She threw the door open. Lorenzo stood there, backing in. He was carrying something massive, wrapped in an old canvas sailcloth. It was heavy. She could see the cords of his neck straining, his biceps bulging under his shirt sleeves. "Move the crates," he grunted. "Make space in the centre." Isabella scrambled to shove the old packing crates they used as a makeshift table against the wall. She cleared the centre of the room, sweeping away a few stray wood shavings. Lorenzo manoeuvred the object inside. He groaned, lowering it slowly to the floor. Thud. The floorboards trembled. This was not a piece of furniture made of pine scraps. This was something substantial. Lorenzo stood up, cracking his back. He was sweating, despite the cool evening. His eyes were shining with a boyish excitement she hadn't seen in years. "For the cook," he said, gesturing to the canvas. "Unveil it." Isabella stepped forward. She took the corner of the sailcloth. She pulled. The canvas slid away with a heavy swish. Isabella gasped. Her hands flew to her mouth. It was a table. But to call it a table was an insult. It was a landscape of wood. It was made of black walnut, dark, swirling, mysterious. The surface was polished to such a high sheen that it reflected the flame of the lantern like a mirror of dark water. The legs were not simple posts. They were carved. Lorenzo had carved vines twisting down them, grapevines, thick and bursting with fruit. And at the base of each leg, the vines wrapped around a carved stone foundation. It was the architectural language of the unsigned cathedral, translated into furniture. "Lorenzo," she whispered. She reached out and touched the surface. It was cool, smooth as glass. It felt like silk under her fingertips. It is a palace. It is walnut," Lorenzo corrected, walking around it, checking for scratches. "I found the slab in a timber yard in Salerno. It had a knot in the middle, see?" He pointed to a swirl in the centre of the table. "A dark galaxy of grain. The wood merchant said it was a defect. He wanted to cut it out, but I told him no. The knot is the strongest part. That is where the branch fought the wind." Isabella ran her fingers over the knot. It was beautiful. It looked like an eye, watching over them. "It is too good for us," she said. "We are dust and sawdust people. Lorenzo, we will scratch it." "Let us scratch it," Lorenzo said firmly. "A table without scratches is a table where no one eats. I want to see the marks of our knives. I want to see the rings of wine glasses. I want this table to have a memory." He went to the corner and picked up 2 chairs he had finished the week before. Simple, sturdy, with woven rush seats. He placed them at the table. "Sit," he commanded. "The ragu smells ready." Isabella moved to the stove. She ladled the thick red sauce over the pasta. She placed the steaming bowls on the table. Clink. The sound of the ceramic bowl hitting the solid walnut was different from the hollow sound of the crates. It was a sound of permanence. Lorenzo uncorked a bottle of Aglianico, a robust local wine. He poured 2 glasses. The red liquid glowed against the dark wood. They sat down. For a moment, they didn't eat. They just looked at each other across the expanse of the masterpiece. The table was wide enough for a feast, yet intimate enough for a whisper. "To the knot," Lorenzo said, raising his glass. "To the places where we fought the wind." "To the knot," Isabella repeated. They drank. They ate. The ragu was perfect. The meat melted on the tongue. The sauce was rich and acidic and sweet all at once. Lorenzo groaned with pleasure. "You have surpassed yourself," he said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "The girl who burned the onions is gone." "She is not gone," Isabella smiled. "She is just simmering." They ate in a comfortable silence, the kind that only exists between 2 people who have seen the worst of each other and stayed. But Isabella was quiet, unusually quiet. She kept touching the edge of the table, running her hand along the curve of the wood. "What is it?" Lorenzo asked, noticing her distraction. "Is the table too high? I can cut the legs." "No," Isabella said. "The table is perfect. It is just..." She looked at the vast, empty surface of the walnut. It was a table for 6, maybe 8 people. Currently, it held only 2 bowls. "It is big," she whispered. "We need space." Lorenzo shrugged. "I bring home blueprints. You have your sewing." "Lorenzo," she interrupted him. Her voice trembled slightly. She stood up. She walked around the table to where he sat. Lorenzo turned his chair. "Isabella, what is wrong?" She took his hand, the hand that had carved the vines. She placed it on her stomach. The wool of her dress was warm. Her belly was flat, firm. But under his palm, Lorenzo felt something. Not a movement, not yet, but a presence, a heat, a life. He looked up at her face. Her eyes were wide, brimming with tears. "The table is big," she repeated, a smile breaking through the tears like sun through rain. "Because we are going to need more chairs." Lorenzo froze. His architect's brain stopped calculating loads and vectors. His heart stopped beating for a second, then restarted with a thunderous kick. "Isabella," he choked out. "Are you..." She nodded. "A baby? A builder," she corrected softly. "Or a cook, or a menace. We don't know yet." Lorenzo stared at her stomach, then at the table, then at her. He fell to his knees, just as he had in the auction square. But this was not in desperation. This was in worship. He pressed his face against her waist. He wrapped his arms around her hips. "A life," he whispered into the blue wool. "We made a life." He had built domes. He had built boats. He had built tables. But this was the only thing he couldn't build with his hands. This was a gift. This was grace. He looked up at her, tears streaming down his face. "I have to carve a high chair," he stammered, his mind already racing. "And a cradle? Oak? No, cherry wood? Cherry is warmer," Isabella laughed, stroking his hair. "You have months. Lorenzo, sit. Finish your wine." Lorenzo stood up. He pulled her into his arms and kissed her, a deep, fierce kiss that tasted of wine and ragu and future. They sat back down at the table. The unexpected table. It stretched out before them, dark and shining. Lorenzo looked at the empty space at the other end. He didn't see emptiness anymore. He saw a ghostly high chair. He saw spilled milk. He saw small, sticky handprints on his perfect polish. He saw the scratches, and he loved them already. "To the builder," Lorenzo toasted, raising his glass to her stomach. "To the provider," Isabella toasted back, raising her glass to him. The candle burned low. The wind rattled the door of the shed, but inside, around the fortress of walnut, everything was warm, everything was safe. And the unsigned cathedral finally had its altar. The boy was 4 years old, and he was made of sunshine and sawdust. His name was Leo. He sat in the middle of the boatyard, constructing a navy out of wood scraps. His fleet consisted of 3 pine blocks and a crooked stick for a mast. "Boom!" Leo shouted, smashing 2 blocks together. "The pirates are sinking!" Isabella watched him from the doorway of the house. The lean-to shed had grown. Lorenzo and Matteo had built an extension, a proper kitchen with a stone floor and a bedroom with a window facing the bay. Vines of jasmine climbed the trellis Lorenzo had carved, softening the rough edges of the lumberyard. Isabella wiped her hands on her apron. She was no longer the waif-like girl of the auction block. Motherhood had given her a softness, but also a solidity. Her arms were strong from lifting Leo. Her hips were wider. Her face was sun-kissed and framed by a few strands of grey hair that she didn't bother to dye. "Leo," she called out, "come inside. The sun is too hot. One more battle." "Mama," Leo pleaded, his dark eyes, Lorenzo's eyes, shining with mischief. Before Isabella could answer, a sound cut through the rhythmic sawing of the yard. It was not the rattle of a timber cart. It was the smooth, heavy rumble of iron-rimmed wheels on cobblestones, followed by the clatter of shod hooves. The sawing stopped. Matteo, who was up on a ladder tarring a hull, looked over the wall. He whistled low. "We have company," Matteo shouted down, "and they look lost, or rich." Isabella stepped out into the yard. Lorenzo emerged from the workshop, brushing shavings from his hair. He walked over to stand beside her, his hand instinctively finding the small of her back. The gates of the yard swung open. A carriage entered. It was an absurdity in this neighbourhood of fishermen and tanners. It was painted a glossy black, with gold trim that caught the sun. The horses were high-stepping bays, their coats gleaming like polished chestnuts. The driver wore a livery of dark green velvet, sweating profusely in the Neapolitan heat. The carriage stopped in the centre of the yard, dangerously close to Leo's wooden fleet. Leo stood up, clutching his pine block, staring at the black beast with open-mouthed wonder. Lorenzo stepped forward, placing himself between the carriage and his son. "Can we help you?" Lorenzo asked. His voice was calm, but his posture was guarded. He was the watchman again. The carriage door opened. A folding step was lowered. A man stepped out. He was old, stooped, dressed in a suit of grey silk that was hopelessly out of fashion and entirely too warm for the climate. He wore a powdered wig that was slowly melting at the temples. He held a handkerchief to his nose, trying to filter out the smell of tar. Isabella gasped. Her hand flew to her throat. "Signor Moretti," she whispered. The old man turned. He squinted through a pair of spectacles. He looked at the dusty yard. He looked at the shirtless, bearded Lorenzo. And then his eyes landed on Isabella. He blinked. He took a step forward, ignoring the sawdust that coated his buckled shoes. "Donna Isabella?" the old man quavered. Is that truly you?" Isabella trembled. It was Moretti, her father's chief steward, the man who had taught her how to hold a fork properly, the man who had managed the household accounts until the day the creditors came. "I am Isabella," she said, her voice steadying. "But I am no longer a donna. Moretti, I am Signora di Rossi." Moretti looked at her peasant dress. He looked at the apron stained with tomato sauce. A look of profound, heartbreaking pity crossed his face. "Oh, my poor child," he breathed. "To find you like this." Lorenzo bristled. "She as well. Moretti, state your business." Moretti straightened up, remembering his dignity. He pulled a leather portfolio from his coat. "I come on behalf of the High Court of Venice," Moretti announced formally. "And the Guild of Merchants." He walked over to Isabella. He didn't hand her the portfolio. He treated her as if she were a queen in exile. Your great-aunt Lucrezia passed away last month in Padua, Moretti explained. She was estranged from your father, as you know, but she had no children, no heirs. Isabella frowned. I remember her. She hated us. She hated your father's spending, right? Moretti corrected. But blood is blood. In her will, she left everything to the last surviving Rossi. He paused for effect. You, Isabella. Silence descended on the yard. Even the seagulls seemed to stop screaming. Everything? Isabella whispered. The villa on the Brenta Canal, Moretti listed, ticking off on his fingers. The olive groves in Verona, and a trust fund held in the Bank of St. George. 30,000 ducats. Lorenzo felt the blood drain from his face. 30,000 ducats. It was a staggering sum. It was enough to buy this entire shipyard 100 times over. It was enough to buy a title. Moretti smiled. A thin, triumphant smile. The nightmare is over. Donna Isabella, he said. You can come home. The carriage is waiting. We can be in Rome by tomorrow night, and Venice within the week. I've brought a dress for you. Something suitable for travel. He gestured to the carriage. Through the open window, Isabella saw a flash of blue silk on the seat. And my husband? Isabella asked. And my son? Moretti looked at Lorenzo. He looked at the dirty child holding a block of wood. Of course, Moretti said stiffly. They may accompany you. The villa has extensive grounds. There is need for a gamekeeper. Or a steward. The insult hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Lorenzo didn't move. He didn't speak. He looked at Isabella. This was the test. 5 years ago. He had bought her when she was worthless. He had paid everything he had. Now, the world had returned to offer her a refund. Isabella looked at the portfolio in Moretti's hand. The papers inside were the keys to her old life. She could have servants again. She could have baths with rosewater. She could sleep on feather beds. Leo could go to a university. He wouldn't have to scrape hulls for a living. She looked at the black carriage. It was cool inside. Dark. Private. Then she looked at Leo. He had bored of the conversation and was back on the ground, making vroom noises with his block of wood. His knees were dusty. He was happy. She looked at Lorenzo. He stood with his arms hanging by his sides, his hands open, the hands of a carpenter. He wasn't trying to stop her. He wasn't begging. He was letting her choose. The structure holds because it yields. Isabella took a step towards Moretti. The old steward beamed, extending the portfolio. Thank you, Moretti, she said softly. You have travelled a long way. It was my duty. Donna Isabella, I never forgot you. And I never forgot the lessons of my father's house, she said. Specifically, the lesson about debt. She reached out and took the portfolio. It was heavy leather, smelling of expensive polish. She turned to Lorenzo. 30,000 ducats, she said to him. It is 10 times what you paid for me. It is a lot of money, Lorenzo agreed, his voice neutral. Isabella looked at the carriage again. It is enough to buy a cathedral, she whispered. Yes. Isabella turned back to Moretti. Tell me, signor, she asked, does the inheritance require me to live in Venice? Well, it is expected, Moretti stammered. Society awaits your return, the scandal's forgotten. With this money, you will be the toast of the town again. Society? Isabella repeated the word. It tasted like ash. She looked down at her apron. My sauce is burning, she said suddenly. Moretti blinked. Excuse me? Isabella handed the portfolio back to him. I cannot go to Venice. Moretti, I have a ragu on the stove, and my husband comes home hungry. Moretti stared at her, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Donna Isabella, you're refusing? This is madness. Think of the child. Do you want him to grow up in sawdust? Isabella looked at Leo. I want him to grow up knowing who his father is, she said fiercely. And his father is not a gamekeeper. His father is the master builder of this family. She stepped back, moving to Lorenzo's side. She slipped her arm through his. She felt his muscle jump, then relax. He pulled her tight against his side. "But the money." Moretti cried, waving the papers. "What shall I tell the executors?" Isabella smiled. It was the smile of the iron lily, but tempered by the sun of Naples. "Tell them to give it to the orphanage of San Rocco," she said. "Tell them Isabella Rossi is dead. She died in the storm." She gestured to herself. "This is Isabella di Rossi, and she is already rich." She turned to Lorenzo. "Close the gate, architect," she said. "The flies are getting in." Lorenzo grinned. A wide, dazzling grin that took 10 years off his face. "Leo!" he shouted. "Help your father close the gate!" Leo scrambled up. Together. The man and the boy pushed the heavy wooden doors of the yard. Moretti scrambled back into his carriage, shouting at the driver. The whip cracked. The black beetle turned and fled, its wheels spinning in the dust, escaping the madness of these happy fools. The gate slammed shut. Boom! The carriage was gone. The 30,000 ducats were gone. The villa was gone. Silence returned to the yard. Just the sound of the wind and the smell of the sea. Lorenzo turned to Isabella. He didn't say thank you. He didn't need to. He walked over to her, picked her up and spun her around. Her feet left the ground. She laughed, throwing her head back. "Put me down," she shrieked. "You are covered in tar. You are covered in gold," he laughed. 30,000 ducats. You threw it away." "It was heavy," she said, when he finally set her down. "I prefer to travel light." She kissed his nose. "Now," she said, smoothing her apron. "Who wants lunch?" "Me," Leo shouted. They walked into the house with the sawdust floor. They sat at the walnut table with the grapevines carved on the legs. They ate bread and cheese and ragu. And they were the richest people in the world. The heat in Naples that August was not just weather, it was a malice. The sirocco wind had been blowing for 3 days, carrying the red dust of the African desert across the sea. It coated the city in a fine, gritty powder. The air was heavy, unbreathable, trapping the smells of the harbour and the sewers in the narrow streets. In the boatyard, the saws fell silent early. The wood was too hot to touch. Isabella was in the kitchen, wiping the sweat from her neck with a damp cloth. Leo was napping on the tiled floor, spread-eagled, seeking the coolness of the stone. The door opened. Isabella turned, expecting to see Lorenzo's usual tired but warm smile. Instead, she saw a ghost. Lorenzo stood in the doorway, swaying. His face was the colour of old parchment, grey, waxy, lifeless. His eyes were glassy, staring at something she couldn't see. He was shivering violently, his teeth chattering with a sound like dice rattling in a cup. "Lorenzo?" Isabella dropped her cloth. The measurements," Lorenzo mumbled, his voice thick and slurred. "The arch is too heavy. It will fall." He took one step into the room and crumpled. He didn't fall like a man, he fell like a tree. Rigid, heavy. Crash. "Lorenzo!" Isabella screamed. She rushed to him, falling to her knees. She turned him over. His skin was burning. It wasn't just hot, it radiated heat like the stove door. But when she touched his hand, it was ice cold. "Leo!" She shouted, her voice sharp with panic. "Run! Get Uncle Matteo, now!" The boy woke up, saw his father on the floor, and his eyes went wide. But he obeyed the terror in his mother's voice. He scrambled up and ran out the door, his bare feet slapping on the dust. Isabella dragged Lorenzo toward the bedroom. He was heavy, dead weight. She was not a large woman, but adrenaline gave her the strength of a lioness. She pulled him by the shoulders, grunting with effort, until she got him onto the bed. She tore off his shirt. His chest was covered in a sheen of cold, oily sweat. "Lorenzo, look at me," she commanded, slapping his cheek lightly. His eyes rolled back. "The gold," he whispered. "I don't have enough. I need 2 more ducats." "Shh," she soothed, realizing with horror where his mind was. He was back at the auction. "You have enough. You bought her. She is safe." The doctor arrived an hour later, brought by a terrified Matteo. He was a man with a tired face and a bag that smelled of camphor and vinegar. He didn't need long. He felt the glands in Lorenzo's neck. He looked at the tongue. He listened to the erratic, galloping rhythm of the heart. He stood up and wiped his hands. The Roman fever, the doctor said. Malaria, the bad air from the marshes. What do we do? Isabella asked. She was standing by the bed, wringing her hands so hard her knuckles were white. Keep him cool, vinegar sponges, water if he can swallow. The doctor closed his bag. He looked at Isabella with a pity she recognised. It was the same pity Moretti had shown her. And pray, the doctor said bluntly. Tonight is the crisis. If the fever breaks before dawn, he lives. If it climbs higher... He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Matteo walked the doctor out. He came back to the doorway, his massive frame filling the space. The big man looked helpless. I will take Leo, Matteo said. His voice choked. He shouldn't see this. We will stay in the workshop. Isabella nodded. Thank you. Matteo. Isabella. Matteo started, then stopped. He is strong. He is made of oak. I know, she whispered. Matteo left. The door closed. The silence of the house was replaced by the terrifying sound of Lorenzo's breathing. It was a rattle, a harsh, dry rasping that filled the room. Isabella began her war. She filled a basin with water and vinegar. She took a sponge. She wiped his forehead. Wring, wipe. She wiped his chest. Wring, wipe. She wiped his arms, those strong, beautiful arms that had built their life. Stay with me, she whispered. Do not you dare leave me, architect. The hours dragged on. The sun set, but the heat didn't break. The room was an oven. Lorenzo tossed and turned. He was fighting invisible demons. Valerio, he shouted suddenly, sitting bolt upright, his eyes wide and terrified. She is not yours. Get back. Isabella pushed him back down. It took all her weight. Valerio's gone, she said firmly. He's in Venice. You're in Naples. You are home. The cathedral. Lorenzo moaned, tears leaking from his eyes. I didn't sign it. God doesn't know it's mine. It's empty. It's all empty. It is not empty, Isabella cried, leaning close to his ear. I am the cathedral. You signed me. Look at me. Lorenzo. But he couldn't see her. He was lost in the dark maze of his own brain. Midnight came. The fever spiked. Lorenzo stopped thrashing. He went dangerously still. His breathing became shallow, rapid little gasps. His skin was dry now, like parchment paper left too close to a fire. Isabella knew this was the edge. She had no money to bribe death. She had no designs to sell. She had nothing left to trade. She climbed onto the bed. She lay down beside him, wrapping her body around his burning frame. She wanted to absorb the heat, to take the fever into herself, just as he had taken her debt. Give it to me, she whispered into his neck. Give me the fire. Lorenzo, you took my cold. Let me take your fire. She remembered the night on the ship, the storm. He had been the keel, keeping them upright. Now, the keel was breaking. She had to be the sail. She had to catch the breath of God and keep them moving. She reached for his hand. It was limp. She pressed it against her cheek. She didn't have a rosary. She had sold her cross, so she prayed to the God of the unsigned. Lord, she whispered, you are a builder too. You know what it costs to make something beautiful. Do not destroy this temple. He is not finished yet. We are not finished. She kissed his hand. Take the furniture, she bargained in the dark. Take the house. Take the money Moretti offered. But do not take the builder. Lorenzo's breath hitched. A long pause. Isabella held her breath. Her heart stopped. Is this it? Is this the silence? Then, a shudder ran through his body, a massive, seismic convulsion. Lorenzo gasped, and then the sweat broke. It wasn't the cold, oily sweat of death. It was a flood. Water poured off him, soaking the sheets in seconds. The dry, burning heat evaporated, replaced by the damp coolness of a breaking storm. Isabella sat up. She touched his forehead. It was wet. And it was cooler. Lorenzo opened his eyes, and they were not glassy anymore. They were weak, sunken, surrounded by dark circles. But they were present. He was back in the room. He looked at her. He blinked, trying to focus on the woman hovering over him, like an angel of vengeance. "Isabella?" His voice was a whisper, rough as sandpaper. "I am here," she sobbed, collapsing onto his chest. "I am here. Why are you crying?" he wheezed. "Did I burn the onions again?" Isabella laughed. It was a hysterical, wet sound. She buried her face in his soaked shirt. "No," she said. "You just tried to leave the table before dinner was over, and I didn't let you." Lorenzo moved his hand, weakly, shakily. He lifted it and rested it on her head. "The anchor," he murmured. "You are the anchor." Isabella lay there, listening to his heart. It was slower now. Steady. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm of construction, the rhythm of life. Outside, the wind changed. The sirocco died down, and a cool breeze from the sea rattled the jasmine vines against the window. The crisis had passed. The fever had burned the last of the old Lorenzo away, the anxious architect, the man who worried about his legacy. What was left was pure gold, refined in the fire. Isabella kissed his damp forehead. "Sleep, builder," she whispered. "The work starts again tomorrow." And in the quiet of the Naples night, she held him, guarding the gate until the sun rose. Time had been kind to the boatyard. The lean-to shed was gone, replaced by a modest but sturdy stone house with a terracotta roof. The yard itself had expanded. There were now 4 apprentices working under the awning, planing wood for the Rossi and Son shipwrights. Lorenzo sat on a bench under the shade of an olive tree. He was 50 years old now. His beard was trimmed close, speckled with grey like iron filings. He was whittling a small toy for his grandson, Leo's firstborn. The gate creaked open. A young man stepped inside. He did not look like a customer. He wore the high-collared coat of a northern academic. His boots were polished to an impractical shine, and he carried a large leather portfolio under his arm. He blinked in the harsh Neapolitan sun, looking out of place among the sawdust and the sweating labourers. He spotted Lorenzo. He hesitated, then walked over. "Signor Rossi?" the young man asked. His accent was pure Venetian, clipped, precise, singing. Lorenzo stopped whittling. He looked up. The sound of that accent was like a ghost passing through his ribs. "I am Lorenzo Rossi," he said. His voice was deeper now, roughened by years of salt air. The young man bowed deeply, a gesture of respect that was almost exaggerated. "My name is Marco Cellini," he said. "I am a doctoral student at the Accademia di Belle Arti in Venice. I have been looking for you for 2 months." Lorenzo's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced toward the house, where Isabella was shelling peas on the porch. She'd stopped her work. She was watching. "I am a boat builder, Signor Cellini," Lorenzo said calmly. "If you want a gozzo for fishing, speak to my son Leo. He manages the contracts now." "I am not here for a boat," Marco said. He clutched his portfolio tighter. "I am here for a building." Lorenzo put the toy and the knife down on the bench. He wiped his hands on his trousers. "I haven't designed a building in 20 years, he said. "I know," Marco said. He stepped closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But I believe you designed the building." He placed the portfolio on the bench. He opened it. Inside were sketches. Detailed, beautiful charcoal sketches of the Basilica Dome in Venice, the Grimani Dome. Lorenzo looked at them. He couldn't help it. His eyes traced the familiar curves, the double shell structure, the hidden chains. It was like looking at a picture of a child he had given up for adoption. "It is a famous structure," Lorenzo said neutrally. Grimani's masterpiece. Grimani was a hack. Marco spat the words out with the arrogance of youth. Forgive me, but it is true. I have studied his journals. The man couldn't calculate the load of a garden wall. His early work is clumsy, heavy, and then, suddenly, in 1750 he produces this. Marco tapped the drawing of the dome. It is impossible. It is like a donkey suddenly singing opera. The geometry is too pure. The math is divine. Lorenzo remained silent. He picked up his knife again. And then, Marco continued, his excitement rising, I found this. He pulled another sheet of paper from his portfolio. It was not a drawing of a building. It was a drawing of a boat hull, a Neapolitan fishing boat. I was sketching in the harbour of Naples last week, Marco said, studying naval architecture. I saw this boat. It is one of yours, Signor Rossi, a Gozzo Sorrentino. He placed the drawing of the boat next to the drawing of the dome. He turned the boat drawing upside down. Lorenzo stared. The curve of the boat's hull, the way the keel transitioned into the ribs, was identical to the curve of the dome's arch. The inverted catenary, Marco whispered. It is the same line, the same hand, the same soul. He looked at Lorenzo, his eyes shining with the thrill of discovery. You are the unknown architect. You are the one who sold the design to Grimani. I can prove it. The geometry is your fingerprint. Isabella walked over. She stood behind Lorenzo, placing a hand on his shoulder. She looked at the young man, then at the drawings. And if you prove it? Isabella asked. Her voice was sharp. What then? Marco straightened up. Then justice will be done, Signora. I will publish my thesis. I will expose Grimani as a fraud. The history books will be rewritten. The dome will be renamed the Rossi Cupola. He looked at Lorenzo, expecting gratitude, expecting the old man to weep with relief that his secret was finally out. Lorenzo looked at the inverted boat. He looked at the dome. He remembered the auction. He remembered the weight of the gold. He remembered the night he burned the Gazette. He stood up. He walked over to the young man. You have a sharp eye. Marco, Lorenzo said. You will make a fine architect. So, you admit it? Marco pressed. Lorenzo smiled. It was a smile devoid of bitterness. I admit that the curve of a boat is a beautiful thing, Lorenzo said. It keeps men safe from the deep. It brings food to the table. But the dome, Marco insisted. It brings glory to God. Does it? Lorenzo asked softly. Does God care whose name is on the blueprints? Or does he care that the roof doesn't leak on the people praying underneath? Marco was stunned. But the credit, the immortality. Lorenzo gestured around the yard. He pointed to the apprentices laughing as they sanded a plank. He pointed to Leo, who was arguing good-naturedly with a customer near the gate. He pointed to Isabella, whose face was lined with the sun and filled with peace. Come with me, Lorenzo said. He led the young student into the house. He walked past the kitchen. He walked into the dining room. He stopped in front of the walnut table. It was old now. The surface was a map of their life. There were deep scratches where Leo had banged his spoon as a baby. There were white rings from hot soup bowls. There was a stain where Isabella had spilled red wine the night they paid off the mortgage. The table glowed in the afternoon light. The carved grapevines on the legs seemed to be growing out of the floor. Look at this, Lorenzo said, running his hand over the scarred wood. Marco looked. He was confused. It is a table. It is a table, Lorenzo agreed. I built it. I carved it. And every night the people I love most in the world break bread here. They laugh. They cry. They live. He turned to the student. The dome in Venice is cold stone, Marco. It is a tomb for Grimani's vanity. But this table, this is a living altar. Lorenzo looked the young man in the eye. You want to rewrite history? Don't. Grimani is dead. Let him have his stone. I have my life. But, Marco stammered, clutching his portfolio, it is not right. The world should know. The world does not need to know, Lorenzo said firmly. I know. My wife knows. And God knows, he stepped closer to the student, if you want to honour me, Marco, do not publish your thesis. What? Instead, Lorenzo said, build something that lasts, not for the glory, but for the people who will use it. Build a roof that shelters. Build a wall that protects. Be an architect of service, not an architect of monuments. Marco stood there for a long time. He looked at the old man. He looked at the table with its scars of love. Slowly, the fire of indignation in his eyes faded, replaced by a quiet awe. He realised he was standing in the presence of a greatness he hadn't learned in books. The greatness of kenosis, the self-emptying. Marco closed his portfolio. He tied the ribbon. I understand, he whispered. Or, I think I am beginning to... Good, Lorenzo patted his shoulder. Now, stay for dinner. Isabella is making pesto. And you can tell me if the foundation of the academia is still sinking into the mud, Marco smiled. A genuine, humble smile. It is sinking, maestro. 3 inches a year. That evening, the student sat at the walnut table. He ate with the boat builder and his wife. He watched the way they looked at each other, a look worth more than all the gold in Venice. When he left the next morning, Marco Cellini took his portfolio with him. He never published the thesis. He became a famous architect in his own right, known for building hospitals and orphanages that were simple, sturdy, and filled with light. And in his private study, hanging above his desk, was not a drawing of a cathedral. It was a small, charcoal sketch of a Neapolitan fishing boat, turned upside down, and underneath, written in small letters, was a single word, Grace. Lorenzo di Rossi was dying. It was not a tragedy. It was simply a conclusion. Just as a building is finished when the last stone is placed, a life is finished when the body can no longer hold the spirit. He was 70 years old. His heart, the engine that had powered him through auctions and fevers and hard labour, was finally tiring. It beat with a slow, erratic rhythm, like a clock winding down in a quiet room. He sat in his favourite chair on the porch of the stone house. A wool blanket was tucked around his legs, despite the warmth of the evening. His hands, resting on his lap, were gnarled like the roots of an ancient olive tree. The calluses were still there, but the strength had evaporated. Isabella sat beside him. She was white-haired now, a small, sturdy woman with lines etched deep around her eyes, lines carved by laughter and the squinting against the Neapolitan sun. She was shelling pistachios, the rhythmic crack-snap of the shells providing a gentle percussion to the evening. The sea is quiet tonight, Lorenzo whispered. His voice was thin, a dry rustle of leaves. It is waiting for the moon, Isabella said, handing him a shelled nut. Lorenzo took it. His fingers trembled slightly. He chewed slowly. Do you remember the ship? He asked. The San Juda? I remember, Isabella smiled, not looking up from her work. I remember a man who told me the wood was singing when I thought it was screaming. Lorenzo chuckled. It was a wheezing sound. I was terrified, he admitted. Isabella stopped shelling. She looked at him. You? Terrified? You were the keel. You were immovable. I was acting, Lorenzo confided, his eyes twinkling with a spark of his old mischief. I was an architect. I knew exactly how close those timbers were to snapping. But I looked at you, and I knew I couldn't let you see the cracks. You fooled me, she said softly. For 40 years, you fooled me. I thought you were invincible. No man is invincible, Isabella. Only love is... He leaned his head back against the stone wall of the house. He looked at the trellis of jasmine he had carved so many years ago. The vines were thick now, the wood almost invisible beneath the green growth. It is a good house, he murmured. It is a strong house, Isabella agreed. Leo will raise his grandchildren here. Leo. Lorenzo's eyes misted. He is a better builder than I ever was. He understands the sea better. He had a good teacher. Lorenzo turned his head to look at her. The movement was slow, deliberate. He studied her face as if memorizing a map he would need for a long journey. Isabella. Yes, my love. The debt, he said. The 3,000 ducats. Isabella stiffened slightly. Lorenzo, why do you speak of that? That was a lifetime ago. It is dust. I need to know, he insisted, his voice gaining a sudden, urgent clarity. Did I pay it in full? Did I give you the life you deserved? Isabella put the bowl of nuts down. She moved her chair closer. She took his withered hand in both of hers. She remembered the red, swollen hands of the girl in the prison. She looked at her hands now, wrinkled, spotted, but soft and cared for. Lorenzo, she whispered, you didn't just buy me. You built me. She kissed his knuckles. You took a ruin and made it a home. You took a frightened girl and made her a mother, a grandmother, a partner. You gave me dignity when the world wanted to give me shame. You gave me a name when mine was erased. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead against his. You overpaid, architect. You overpaid 1,000 times. Lorenzo let out a long breath. A tension he'd carried for decades seemed to dissolve from his shoulders. Good, he whispered. Good. He looked out at the bay. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a bruised purple streak across the sky. The first star, Venus, was hanging bright and lonely in the west. I am tired. Isabella, he said. I know. I think the ticket is stamped. Isabella felt a sharp pang in her chest, a physical ache. She had known this was coming. She'd seen the way he moved, the way he breathed. But hearing him say it was like hearing the final bell of the day. Are you afraid? She asked, her voice trembling just a little. Lorenzo looked at the star. No, he said. I am not afraid. I've spent my life building things on Earth. Tables, boats, houses. But I've never seen the great architect's work up close. He squeezed her hand weakly. I want to see the city that needs no sun. I want to see the foundations that never crack. You will, Isabella said, tears streaming down her face now. And when you get there, save a place for me. By the window, always, he promised. I will build you a chair, cherry wood, warm. They sat in silence as the night deepened. The crickets began their song. The smell of jasmine grew stronger in the cooling air. Lorenzo closed his eyes. His breathing changed. It became shallower, softer. Isabella? I am here. The unsigned cathedral, he mumbled, his mind drifting between the past and the future. It wasn't the building. Was it? No, she soothed, stroking his hair. It wasn't the building. It was the love, he whispered. Love is the only thing that signs the work. His voice faded. He didn't lose consciousness, but he drifted into that twilight space between waking and sleeping. Isabella stayed with him. She didn't call for Leo. She didn't call for the doctor. This was their moment. Just the builder and his ruin, sitting on the porch of the kingdom they had made from sawdust. She pulled the blanket higher as around his shoulders. Rest now, she whispered into the night. The work is done. The tools are down. The Sabbath is here. Lorenzo didn't answer. He just breathed. In, out. A slow, gentle rhythm, like the tide going out, preparing to return to the deep ocean. Isabella held his hand. She felt the pulse, faint but steady. She looked up at the stars, which were multiplying in the velvet sky. She wasn't ready to let go, but she knew the rules of construction. Eventually, the scaffolding must come down so the building can stand on its own. I love you, she said to the silence, and the silence, warm and full of grace, seemed to answer back. The funeral of Lorenzo di Rossi was not a solemn affair of black crepe and hired mourners. It was a gathering of sawdust and salt. They buried him in the small cemetery behind the church of Santa Maria del Carmine, overlooking the bay where his boat sailed. There was no marble headstone. Lorenzo had requested something simpler. Leo, his eyes red but his hand steady, had carved the marker himself from a piece of seasoned oak. It bore no titles, no architect, no master builder. Just 3 words: Lorenzo, husband, father. The yard was full. It seemed half of Naples had squeezed into the small cemetery. There were fishermen with weather-beaten faces who twisted their caps in their hands. There were mothers whose roofs Lorenzo had fixed for free after a storm. There was the baker, the tanner, the priest. They didn't speak of the domes he'd designed. They spoke of the cradles he'd carved. They spoke of the tables where they broke bread. They spoke of a man who listened more than he talked, and who built things that didn't break. Isabella stood at the graveside. She wore black, but she did not veil her face. She wanted to see the sun on his resting place. She felt a strange, hollow ache in her chest, a phantom limb pain where her soul had been joined to his. But beneath the pain, there was a bedrock of peace. He finished the race, she thought, watching the earth cover the wooden box. He kept the faith. 2 days later, Isabella walked into the workshop. It had been locked since the night he died. The air inside was still, suspended in time. It smelled of him, cedar shavings, beeswax, and the faint, sweet scent of pipe tobacco. She walked to his workbench. It was exactly as he had left it. A chisel lay on a rag. A pile of shavings curled on the floor like fallen petals. And in the centre of the bench, cleared of all debris, sat a small wooden box. It was made of cherry wood, the warm, reddish wood he loved. It was polished to a shine that glowed in the dusty light. Isabella touched the lid. It was smooth as silk. There was a note on top, written in his shaky, elderly script. To Isabella. The sign. Her heart hammered. She picked up the note. She opened the box. Inside, there was no jewellery. There was no gold. There was a book. It was a sketchbook, bound in leather, worn at the corners. Isabella opened it. The first page was dated 40 years ago. It was a sketch of a girl sleeping on the floor of a ship, wrapped in a heavy coat. The lines were jagged, drawn with the motion of the waves, but the tenderness was unmistakable. Caption: The sail catches the wind. She turned the page. A sketch of a woman standing over a brazier, her face smudged with soot, holding a wooden spoon like a sceptre. Caption: The Queen of the Sawdust. She turned another. Isabella holding baby Leo. Isabella laughing at a burnt fish. Isabella yelling at Moretti in the yard. Page after page. Year after year. Lorenzo had never stopped drawing. While the world thought he was just building boats, he had been documenting the construction of his true cathedral. He had captured every wrinkle, every grey hair, every scar, and every smile. Isabella wept. She sat on his stool, surrounded by his tools, and let the tears fall onto the pages. She had worried for years that he missed his calling. She had worried that he regretted not signing the great dome in Venice. But as she flipped through the book, she realised the truth. He'd signed his work. On the very last page, drawn just weeks before he died, was a portrait of her sitting on the porch, shelling pistachios. She looked old. Her hands were gnarled. Her eyes were tired, but the light in the drawing was divine. He had drawn her not as a ruin, but as a completed temple, filled with the glory of a life well lived. And underneath, in bold, steady letters, he had written the masterpiece, signed Lorenzo. Isabella closed the book. She pressed it to her chest. The unsigned cathedral in Venice was cold stone. It belonged to Grimani. It belonged to the tourists. But this belonged to her. She stood up. She wiped her eyes. She looked around the workshop. It was silent, but it wasn't empty. It was full of the presence of the carpenter. "Thank you, architect," she whispered to the dust motes dancing in the sunbeam. She walked out of the workshop. She left the door open. That evening, the Rossi house was full of noise. Leo was there with his wife. The grandchildren were running around the walnut table, chasing a dog. The smell of ragu perfect, rich, unburnt ragout filled the air. Isabella sat at the head of the table. She ran her hand along the edge of the wood. She felt the scratches. She felt the dents. She felt the history. Leo stood up to pour the wine. He looked so much like his father, the same broad shoulders, the same quiet eyes. "To Papa," Leo said, raising his glass. "To Nonno," the children shouted. Isabella raised her glass. She looked at the empty chair at the other end of the table. She didn't see an absence. She saw a completed promise. "To the builder," she said softly. They drank, they ate, they laughed. Outside, the sun set over the Bay of Naples. The sea turned the colour of wine. The stars came out, one by one, lighting up the dome of the sky, the only cathedral big enough to hold the love that had lived in this house. Isabella Rossi smiled. She was not a debtor. She was not a slave. She was not a ruin. She was a masterpiece. And she had the signature to prove it. And so, the hammer is laid to rest. The saw is silent. The dust settles on the floor of the workshop. Lorenzo and Isabella are sleeping now, in the memory of the earth and the embrace of the sky. Their work is done. Their debt is paid. And you, my friend, you too have built a long day. You have carried your own heavy stones. You have faced your own storms in the steerage. Perhaps there were moments today where you felt like a ruin, where the fire wouldn't catch, or the soup burned, or the world seemed too loud and too bright. But listen to me. You do not need to be perfect to be a masterpiece. Just as Lorenzo saw the cathedral in the broken girl, there is an architect who looks at you tonight and sees what you are becoming. He does not see your failures. He sees your foundation. He does not see the cracks. He sees the light coming through them. You don't need to sign your name in stone to matter. You don't need the applause of the city. You only need to be faithful in the sawdust. So, let the tension in your shoulders loosen. Unclench your hands. Let the tools of your worry fall to the floor. You're safe. You're held. You're loved with a love that paid everything, just to bring you home. The crimson thread holds you fast. The walnut table is set for you. Close your eyes, traveller. The gate is shut. The fire is warm. Sleep now. Good night.